Greetings, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome. Happy Saturday, everybody. Happy Saturday, sweeties. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Do I need to give you a little cleanings here? Okay, everybody, welcome in, hello, hello. Let's start from the beginning because the beginning is a good place to start. Nibble, hello everybody. I believe I saw, actually I don't know who was here first, but Joer says he's first. And I believe Joer. Welcome in, Joer, and Hawker, and everybody that was lurking before I even went live. Greetings. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hi, Joer. Hi, Hawker. I have a cute butt. Gertie is shopping and lurking. She's lurking and twerking, Saturn. I hope she's not lurking and... Okay. Okay, Saturn. I hope she's not lurking and... Gertie, we'll see you later, sweetie. I hope you enjoy your shopping trip. Nibble, welcome in. Nibble, me, Timbers. How you doing, Nibble? Okay, so back to 3 streams again. Probably Hawker because you missed when I was doing editing. I had to go live in order to check some stuff, so you probably didn't tune in. That was after you went to bed, so that's why you're probably back to 3 streams, Hawker, because I had to fix some stuff, and I had to go live in order to do that. Ash Ketchum, Mr. International Man of Mystery. I hope you're all Ash. You'll never guess, Ash. There's somebody while I was in the middle of the night doing one of those streams. Error! And you... Error! Let's go! Let's go, Error! Thank you for the bits! Woo! Thank you, Error. Starting the stream off right. Thank you, Error. But yeah, you'll never guess which Ash Ketchum. There's someone named Ash Ketchup. Ash Ketchup, very similar to your name, Ash. He came in at the middle of the night and he said I had nice gazongas. I thought it was you for a second, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Full disclosure. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not Ash Ketchum, that's Ash Ketchup. John Deeds, hi Brayden. Hi John Deeds, welcome in. Wrinkly is going to be so depressed tonight. Is he not going to be here all night? I don't think that's the case. Is that the case? I'm not sure, I think...
Sir Reginald is only one of the many illustrious guests who will be attending my tea party.
DCG, hello. Who has gazongas like you would not believe? Nibble me Timbers. Hold on, Nibble. Let's give you a little one of these. C'est Halloween, c'est Halloween, hey, c'est Halloween, c'est Halloween, c'est Halloween. All right. Optimus Prime, welcome in, Optimus. She can be my maid. She can be my main maid. My main maid, my main squeeze. Who needs a little Dustin here? Who needs a little Dustin? I love this prop, by the way. This is a French tickler. A French tickler. Becca, we were so close to winning that game. Which game? Which game, Becca? Welcome in, Becca. Nice to see you. ABC Cerebro. How are you, Cerebro? Holy snap, that outfit is way too hot for Twitch. It's melting my computer screen. Hey, well, that's why they call me hot and streamy. Cerebro, 5-head. 5-head move. Let's dust the cobwebs out. It's a 5-head move. How's everybody doing tonight? But you were very close to winning that game, Becca. Saturn won, though. 100 songs was a bit much. Fun fact, the dev of that game, the developer of that game, gave me a follow on Twitch after we played that game. So I guess you could see we were in that category. And he dropped me a follow. What a mook. So thanks for that follow from that game developer. I really do like that game. I find it's very fun. Error, I'm amazing tonight, Error. How are you doing tonight? John Deeds! Oh, you're my fantasy
train started.
We got a hype train. Let me switch over to the Twitch. Send error. Thank you so much, Era. Thank you for the bits. Stream that shit. Good evening, stream that shit. John Deeds, thank you. You're my fantasy girl today. I didn't see this coming. I didn't see a hype train coming, John Deeds. So, I mean, the feeling is mutual. Thank you, John Deeds. Vegatron, hello, Vegatron. Team Dinos, hi. Who do you think you are, Dusting Timberlake? Ba-dum-pum-ch. Good one. Where is he? Where is he? Maybe he's doing a show tonight or something. It is Saturday night, Team Dinos. Whether I need a dusting or an anti-dandruff shampoo. You real dusty. Becca!
Becca_21 just subscribed for 22 months. Wow, many more to come. Raythea253 just subscribed for 7 months. Hey, I am on Cherie. Look at this sexy maid.
Thank you so much. To the neighbors. This is Halloween. Halloween. Thank you so much, Ray, for your sub as well. Becca, tier 3, love you, girl. Thank you. Frick, that's amazing, Becca. Let's go, guys. Ray, thanks for hopping on that hype train. Oscar's here. Clean up an aisle 69. Woo, let's go. Honestly, this cosplay is so fun. I wish it was October every month of the year because it's really, really fun to do these really cute little like cosplays. I'm loving it. Welcome in, Oscar. Welcome in. Clean up, get the mopping bucket. Okay? I got the feather duster. I got a dust off Saturn's dandruff. Either he needs a feather duster or he needs anti-dandruff shampoo because it's that dusty over here, chat. It's that dusty. Rudy, welcome in. My girlfriend has sweet honeysuckle dust. It comes with a feather. Nice, Rudy. Ooh, sounds kinky. You should put that to good use, Rudy. So let's go, guys. Queen Azaria, Retro, welcome in Retro, welcome in Queen Azaria. Oscar, thank you for the bits. Warhead, good evening. Brayden, I didn't see your last message, Brayden. Sorry, I probably won't see your last messages. Tomorrow is my big day. Good luck. Good luck, Hawker. Good luck. I think you'll be fine. I have faith. I have faith. Don't be too stressed. Hi, Just Great. Welcome in. Nice to see you. All my sweeties are here. Level 3 hype train. So in Canada, we learn French, right? And we learn all of these, like, I feel I'm a French maid. I'm a French maid right now. And when I put this on, I was thinking all of those French songs that you learn in school, like, C'est l'Halloween. Hey, c'est l'Halloween. Hey, c'est l'Halloween. C'est l'Halloween. Okay. It's my birthday. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Tomorrow is your big day? Oh, I thought you had something else going on. Something else. Tomorrow is a big day for you, Hawker. Tomorrow's the 20th. It is. Oh, nice to know, Hawker. Okay. Well, I won't be able to wish you won't be here at midnight because you go to bed early. But I'll just message you a happy birthday tomorrow, Hawker, because you're not supposed to rush time.
Here comes Halloween, 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 Halloween.
You're not supposed to rush time. So if I was to message you a happy birthday at 10:30, that's actually bad luck, okay? Right? Does anyone else agree, chat? Has anyone else heard that? My mother always told me that growing up. You are not supposed to rush time. So I really don't want to wish people a happy birthday. If
I hear you,
it's not actually their birthday yet, you feel me? Okay, so guys, what do we have planned for tonight? We actually have some really interesting things planned for tonight. Something new. Something new and hot and spicy for the stream that we actually have never done, just to kind of spice it up a little bit. And go clean, Just Great. Go clean. Don't rush time. Tell that to my old boss, yeah. So we're going to be doing first in about 10 minutes. I have an e-date with a lovely one and only VIP in the channel, EDM Demon. I got a date with a demon, okay? I got a date with a demon in 10 minutes. Okay, guys? And then after that, we're going to be doing something really, really fun, really different. We're going to be doing spooky, scary stories. And viewers will call in. Well, they won't call in. They'll join my Discord. Just hop into the Discord general chat, and I will drag you into a private channel. It will not be cameras. Cameras off. Just voice only. And everybody can, if you have a Halloween story, a spooky, scary Halloween story to tell, I would love to hear it tonight, just to kind of get us into the festive Halloween spirit. Hey, thank you for that hype train, guys. Let's go. Thank you. So yeah, we're going to be having a little e-date with EDM Demon, and after that, spooky stories in the Discord. So if you haven't joined my Discord yet, just exclamation Discord and chat. You can hop in. There is a general chat that's open for everybody. You can wait there in the general chat, and then I will drag people in to tell their spooky, scary stories tonight. We should have hot cocoa with that as well. Hot cocoa or some sake, like Korean rice wine. Sounds fun. Thank you, Saturn. I'm excited for it. Choo choo. Thank you. It was a small one, Becca, but it was a big hype train in my heart. Becca with the tier 3 though. Tier 3 sub. Let's freaking go. So let's get some background ambient music playing. I wonder if this is echoing. Do you guys hear it echo at all? Let me know if you hear it echo. Okay, because I do see it on 2 sources. So, what do I have on the menu for the mukbang? Today, guys, I actually already ate. So you don't hear an echo? Perfect, because it is coming from Spotify as well as the Discord audio now. Wonderful. I already ate, so I'm not incredibly hungry, but you guys know me. I always start my stream with a little food and a little drink. And the drink of choice that I have today, I have to finish this. It's been in my fridge. I cracked it last Saturday. Yeah, we drank half a bottle of this last Saturday, so I want to finish the bottle. Hi, Time Okay, welcome in. Dave the Dinglehopper, welcome in. Hubba hubba. Hi, Dave the Dinglehopper. Happy Saturday, Dave. So, this is Korean rice wine, 6% ABV. It's very cloudy on the bottom. I don't think you can kind of see, but there's a lot of like sediment. You can see the line of demarcation there. There's a lot of like rice sediment that has fallen on the bottom, so I have to like shake it up. And basically we take shots of this because it is Saturday night. Hi, Dami Mommy. I love your costume. I made my BF wear that last night. Oh, Dami Mommy. Kinky. Ooh. Who wore it better? Just tell me that. That's all I want to know. Who wore it better? I wonder if I can stick this little thing. So, staying for the karaoke. Oh, nice. Time okay, stay for that karaoke. Actually, we have call-ins. We're going to be doing call-ins today. Scary story call-ins in Discord. Anyways, to go with the Korean theme, since I have Korean rice wine that I have to finish up, take shots of that, I have these Korean snacks on deck. Anyone know what these are? They're like sweet and spicy. I think this is made from rice, if I'm not mistaken. Product of South Korea. And if we look at the nutrition breakdown or whatever, yeah, it's actually wheat flour, palm oil, sugar, starch, syrup, sweet, spicy seasoning. Okay, so it's wheat. Never mind, it's not rice, it's made from wheat. But they're really, really hard and like flavorful. They're a really good snack. They kind of just go with my little Korean snacks and Korean drinks for tonight. So, Joer, what are you doing? Are you posting links, Joer? Automod will get you if you're posting links, Joer. You can't post links. So hi Bochi, welcome in, nice to see you. Have you ever been to South Korea? Error, I actually have never been to South Korea. I would love to go. They have a lot of maid cafes. They have a lot of maid cafes in Korea and in Japan. They actually have them here too, in like, you know, like a lot of like Asian neighborhoods. So, but I've actually never been. I've never been to Korea. I have been to Japan and I had a great time. And I actually taught English in China, so I lived in China for 1 year, southern China. About an hour train ride north of Hong Kong. So, I'm familiar with Asia, and I love like Korean skincare, I love Korean food, I love Korean drink, K-dramas. Not a huge fan of K-pop though, to be honest, but the K-dramas are amazing. It does look like rigatoni. It kind of does. It's got like, it's the same shape and it has those little grooves in it. Saturn, I absolutely agree with you. It reminds me of rigatoni, but it's really crunchy, really hard. It's like eating dry pasta or something. So Maple Marie, welcome in Maple. Nice to see you, girl. How are you, Maple? What did I miss? Someone got us on a hype train, Maple. I know you usually always set us on a hype train, but somebody else did it today. I think it was Era that set us over the edge. But welcome in, Maple. Better late than never. I know you got your windows cleaned today. Maybe you need some dusting in your apartment, Maple Marie? Do you need a little cleanup in aisle 3, a little dusting? Fred Andy, hi, welcome in. Good evening. I want to go to Vietnam and Korea. I've also never been to Vietnam. So, but I would like to go to both. I love Asia. I've been to Thailand. I had an amazing time in Thailand, an amazing time in Japan. Those two, and Taiwan was actually really cool too. I liked the night markets in Taiwan. Nice to see y'all. Nice to see you, Maple Marie. Hope you had a great day. My blonde heroine. Or is it my herotress? It's your maid with the mostess. Be our guest, put our service to the test. Tie your napkin round your neck, Sherry, and we'll provide the rest. I should sing that song for karaoke tonight. I should frickin' do that. Slim, welcome in Slim Pickin', nice to see you. A 3 stream streak. I feel like a lot of people are on the 3 stream streaks because I had to do some stuff. I had to do some stuff with my streams. I'm doing multi-streaming now. So everybody, hi over everybody in there. Fred Andy sees me, and Maple Marie, no they don't. I lied, they're on Twitch. I don't know if I have any viewers right now on YouTube, but I'm currently streaming live on YouTube as well. We're doing some multi-streaming, just testing it out. Okay, I see you. You see me, Fred. I thought you were on YouTube, but you're not. You're on Twitch. I see the little Twitch emblem. Anyways, guys, if you want to pop into YouTube and see me there, I should be in 1080p in both. On both platforms, you should see me up close and personal in 1080p. So, hi, Gertie G2. Welcome in. What up? What up, Gertie? We are currently about to drink some. I have an e-date coming up in a few minutes. I'm just waiting for my lovely date to arrive. First time chatter, hi. Ask me anything? Yeah, Superman. Absolutely. As long as it's TOS friendly, ask me anything. And another first time chatter came in at the exact same time as the first one did. Welcome in. Not Safe for Work Gamer. Hi, Anne. Your channel and stream was my recommended page and I wanted to say hi. Oh, Not Safe for Work. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Snazzy. Snazzarino. Welcome in, Snazzy Buffalo. You and I go to Vietnam. I pay. No creeper. Error. Oh, I love traveling. I love it. So, Gertie G2, Gertie Squared, Wade, whatever you want to call it. Welcome in. Happy Saturday, Wade. Are you at work? How can we make the time fly by a little bit faster, Wade? I have some Korean rice wine that I have to drink. Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear. Error. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Banana's here too. Oh, Banana! Hi, Banana! And the Thornhorn. Hi, and hello, Thornhorn. You're finished for the day? Get out! Oh my gosh, so G2. I'm gonna be doing a little bit later, in my Discord, people can call in and say their scary ghost stories. It's not video, it's just voice only. So that's open for anybody who wants to kind of come in. So, first time chatter, where's Bob? Joe! Who the hell's Bob? Bob Mama? Bob, I know this is a setup. This is a setup and I'm gonna walk right into it, Joe. So, Snazzy, your fiance, is here. You guys got here around the same time. Perfect timing. Perfect freaking timing. So, did you hear that? Oh, that's the song. I was like, oh shit, we got static over the air. So happy it's the weekend. It was a long week. It was a long week, Thornhorn. I actually had to take the day off yesterday. I was so tired. I was so tired. So happy it's the week. Oh, yeah. Brayden. Who's Bob? What About Bob? You guys know that movie? That movie, What About Bob? Great movie. Okay. I'll maybe sub first before you ask any questions, Superman. But welcome into the community. Okay. I never have much time for this, but I might be able to hit up the Discord. Well, you might be able to just pop in. You can just pop in and I'll play you and you can say a scary story if you like. No pressure, G2. No pressure. But yeah, I'm going to be opening it up. This is the first time I'm doing scary stories, scary ghost stories for the month of October. I think it's kind of fun, seasonal, and all of that stuff. Okay. So here's this Korean rice wine. It literally has, it looks milky from the rice. Okay? It has like this opaque consistency. Cheers though, Banana! Welcome in. Cheers, Banana. Oh, and of course I have the Ann Streamy signature. We got the sauerkraut. It's a staple. So, I already had some chicken nuggies and a strawberry salad. Thank you for the follow. Always kraut. It's a signature here on the channel, Ash. Absolutely. Okay. We got these Korean snacks on deck to go with the Korean rice wine. Ash Ketchum, 42 days until Advent calendars, but who's counting? Who's counting? Shy-Town, welcome in, Shy. Nice to see you. What does rice wine taste similar to? Just wondering. Have you ever had sake? It tastes very similar to sake. So cheers, guys. Look at all of that residue, that rice. That rice residue. This is better at the bottom though with the rice. Makes it smoother. Okay. Alright, so let me just do one thing, guys. We're about to bring on our date for the evening. I promised him last Saturday. So we're gonna be having one e-date for the evening. And then after that, we'll be hopping in, we'll be doing some Discord, just call-ins. No video, just voice only, okay? For the scary, spooky, scary ghost stories in October. Let me just turn on my camera here. Spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary. This is one hot date, peeps. Oh, come on. I have to turn on virtual camera. Yeah, allow. Oh, I just have to redo it all again. That's all good. Okay. So I'm actually going to invite EDM. I'm not opening up the request line tonight, guys, okay? So it's just going to be EDM. If you guys really want to come on and chat tonight in the Discord, !Discord, hop into the Discord, hop into the general chat, and I will drag you into the spooky scary channel. Okay. I can hear you. I can hear you. Oh, where'd you go? Hold on. I can hear you, but I don't see you.
Yeah, I gotta turn on them.
Okay, no worries. No worries. Okay. So are we ready for this? Andrelius Green, welcome in, Andrelius. How are you, Andrelius? I hope you're having a great day. I mean, even though I'm new here, I already love the vibes. Not safe for work. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Vortek, good evening, Vortek. Nice to see you, Vortek. Snazzy says EDM. Lady Wanima. Welcome in, lady. How was the Ren Fair today? I saw you were there earlier. Hope you had a great time. It looked super fun. Lady Wanima, nice to see you, girl. Nice to see you. Can I join your Discord with the same profile picture I have right now? Yeah, I don't care what it is. Time okay. So, Mr. Cheeky, music down, guest up. Let's go, Mr. Cheeky. I totally hate Discord, can't figure out how it works. Ah, shit, Fred Andy. We're SOL now. Alright, cheers. I am gonna turn this music down, it's a little loud. Okay. Okay. Greetings and welcome, EDM! Demon? What the heck?
How do you do?
How do you do? Oh, we do. We do amazing today, EDM. You look fabulous.
Hold on.
Gotta fix it up a bit, you know?
See if we can pull this up. So see if it'll stay, actually. Alright, there we go. We're good now.
Let's go. EDM looking fine as fuck. We love a man that can clean. Oh, he's blowing kisses and everything?
Oh, hold on.
I love it. Oh.
It's a little dirty.
It's a little dirty. You gotta clean that off. Clean that lens a little bit. Perfect, EDM. There we go. Let's go. a little French tickler action.
Just a little.
Oh, I love it.
All right, I'll give you the full get up. Unfortunately, I couldn't find my fucking leggings, and I'm a little upset about it.
He's upset he couldn't find the leggings. I feel the same way. Yeah, I feel the same way.
Legs.
Bonk. We got a bonker in chat.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, EDM is
not even started yet.
A French-made cafe. You guys are seeing double right now, okay? So please do not adjust your television sets. You are absolutely seeing double right now. It's a freak off part. Error, please. Okay. Well, I am drinking.
The absolute worst thing about this, though. The absolute worst thing about this.
What's the worst thing about this, EDM?
So low. It's because my back is too big and I can't zip it up.
Oh!
I'm not even fucking kidding. Not even kidding.
Oh my gosh, look at that makeshift. You didn't, you know what? It sits, I thought that's how it was supposed to be. Chat, like I would not have guessed it differently. I thought it's just one of those low cut dresses. It looks great. It looks great. Fathoms, welcome in Fathoms. Nice to see you. We're having twinsies. We have it's our little cosplay e-date at French Maids. A French maid costume happening. So, dude looks sharp. He does. He looks great.
I have to look at it.
And he's very upset that he couldn't find his leggings, okay? Because
I literally have a single legging. And the messed up thing is the collar that goes with this. My neck is too big. So this is actually for the leggings so that it doesn't roll.
Oh, you've got the garter belt?
Yeah.
The garter belt on his neck. Wow, you got a thick neck. You got a thick neck, EDM, with the garter belt that sits on it.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate I couldn't find the whole get up. Now that's going to be my mission for the rest of the weekend, unfortunately.
That's your mission, exactly. I was the same way I was looking for an alien outfit. I was looking for a shirt. I went through like every article of clothing that I own and I couldn't find it. It pissed me the fuck off. To be honest. So, dude, look sharp. Look at this beautiful specimen of a man. I want to hijack this E-date. G2.
Oh my god, stop.
Stop. You're quite a hoot. Wow, Oscar. Sax. Hi, Sax man. But can he keep a dust-free house?
Well, because I'm allergic to dust and dust mites, I will say so.
You have to. You have to keep it that way. I feel like you're you're a very, very clean individual. Probably, you know, with the duster, with the vacuum, and all of those things. Swiffer, sweeper, you name it.
Speaking of cleaning, what is your favorite? What is your favorite product to mop with?
I like the Swiffer Wet Jet. I find it's really, really easy and disposable. So you just when the pads are dirty, right? You just toss them out. Because I hate mopping. Like with a traditional mop in a bucket, I freaking hate. Chat, anyone do that? It's terrible.
No, it's not.
It's okay. Well, the original mop head, like that's torture because I can never wring it out enough, and my floor is always so wet. But then there's that, the one that's like a sponge. The sponge one.
That gross too quickly.
Yeah, exactly. It does get gross too quickly, but it's easier because you can just pull the lever and it will like fold it and wring out the sponge. So I like that one. That one's better, but my favorite is probably the Swiffer Wet Jet.
So I have that, and I have the one that actually you put the mop in and it spins, so you don't even have to touch it. With and it has replaceable heads and stuff on it as well. But honestly, I'd have to go with the good old Fabuloso. You can't beat it. Freaking illuminates the entire house as soon as you open up the bottle. Love it.
Ooh. I use a steam mop and bucket, baby. Error. Get the mop and bucket. Clean up in aisle 4. We'll be there. We'll be there. Will you? Will you?
Hey, I sense a little bonk coming on.
A little bonk. EDM. Where's Lady Wanima when you need her?
Where is she?
So, yeah. So, what are you drinking tonight, EDM?
I'm just drinking some sparkling ice. That's all. I got weigh-ins on Tuesday, so I gotta cut a little bit.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's not bad.
I'm a big boy. Unfortunately, the Navy doesn't like big men. Because for my height, they say that I should be no heavier than 196 pounds. You know what that looks like on me? It looks. I would look like you. Small. Yeah.
So don't trust that shit because like as long as your BMI is low, as long as you're not as long as you're healthy, as long as you feel good, you have energy, you don't feel like pressure on your joints, don't worry about what your height and what you should be. As long as you feel healthy, I think is the main thing. Maybe I might get an E-date if I drink more. Oh, Fathoms, this is our only E-date of the night, actually. We're going to be doing spooky, scary call-ins on Discord after this, okay? So if anyone's interested, you won't have to show your face. It's just on the phone, on Discord. So exclamation Discord in chat if you want to join in.
For everyone who is drinking, here's a cheers to you.
Cheers. Cheers, EDM. You're a good sport. You can mop my floors any day.
Oh my goodness, do not tempt me with a good time.
Do not tempt me with a good time.
If you'll excuse me, really.
BMI isn't a good measure to go by. Yeah, Becca, you're right. It's very old to go by a BMI. G-Rock Blues, welcome in. Sorry I'm late, fam. Welcome in. Wrinkly, welcome in. Are you seeing double here? Okay, that's because myself and EDM Demon are French mates.
My daughter decided to scream at the top of her lungs for no apparent reason, for the sake of hearing her own voice.
Probably. Well, at least you know it works. Here's the thing. If they're too quiet, then you know they're up to no good.
Then think about it. There's different types of quiet. If you're a parent, or if you have a really rambunctious pet, then you'll know what I mean. There's different types of quiet. There's a small rumbling. Is that a gift itself?
Wow, 755 subscriptions.
G2, Gertie. Let's go, Gertie guy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was about to say Gertie. Wait a minute.
We have a second Gertie in chat, EDM. We've got Gertie guy. We call him. He's got different names already. G2, Gertie guy, Gertie Wade. His name is Wade, but he's sort of acclimated so nicely into the community. You know where he works? I did an IRL stream at the brewery, Sons of Kent Brewery, and he works there. I met him there.
Say it ain't so.
Say it ain't so, right? You never know who you're gonna meet. You just have to put yourself out there, and it's amazing. And he fits so well into the community. So thank you so much for the 5 gifted. He likes what he sees. He's a man of culture. G2. Cheers to that, a man of the culture. At EDM, you are such a great sport. You know, you really have to be confident in your masculinity to fucking come on here and do this. You know what I'm saying?
So my whole thing about it is, right? One, it's clothes. If I wanted to walk outside tomorrow in a crop top and some freaking hoochie daddy shorts, I could. Because there is nothing that anybody can tell me about myself. And on top of that, on the risk of sounding sassy, I got this shit on. You can't tell me I don't look good in this. You can't tell me I don't.
You do look good. You wear it well. You do wear it well. Gaming with Slamita, welcome in. Wrinkly, I don't want to talk about Jay Thunder. Hi, welcome in, Jay Thunder. Nice to see you, Jay. So, cheers all. Cheers. You do look great. You pull it off. Listen, you wear it with confidence. And it shows. And I do want to disclose, chat, that I don't think EDM bought this outfit just to come on the date, okay? He already had this. Tell us a little bit the backstory about the French maid costume, EDM.
All right, let me kick it up a notch. Hold on. Can you hear the bells? Can you hear the bells?
I hear those bells. I hear those bells ringing. Nice shoulders, EDM. Nice traps. Look at those traps just popping, just trapping. Those traps just trapping. Fit check, EDM. So, Becca wants to see a fit check.
He said the fit check. All right. I'm not gonna do a little spin because unfortunately this is not.
I feel you. I feel you on that, EDM. First up, hi, Amit.
This is the full gig. This is the full thing. Thighs out. Yes.
Thick thighs. You know what they say about those, right? Oh my god! Did you see that slap? I could hear that in Canada, EDM. I could hear that slap in Canada. We need the red lipstick on. You've got shoulders like Joan Crawford. Hubba hubba. Or hot pink lipstick. Every time you hear a bell ring, an angel gets its wings. Wrong season, Saturn. Every time you hear a bell ring, a thoughty gets its wings. A thoughty gets broken off. Oh my god. Okay, so makes me question my sexuality. GG, you're so kind. You are so kind. So
listen here, young man. I can go ahead and put you over to the other side. Don't tempt me.
Don't tempt me. With that voice, with that low, sensual voice, when he leans into the microphone, chat, and he says, "Listen, chat, I could tempt you to bring you over to the other side. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me." Holy smokes. Gertie is missing this. I know she's shopping right now. She's lurking. Becca.
I just want to say to everyone here, to all the ladies and all the fellas, you all are such good boys and girls.
You heard that. And please make sure,
Please.
do your dishes. Dust your furniture. Do your dishes. Mop your floors, chat. Okay? Hi, Sam Stelly. Welcome in. Well worth the questions. Every time you hear an ass slap, a buttock wiggles.
Gertie is hilarious. Gertie said, "Can we kiss already?"
Superman, we're doing an e-date here. You can either choose to like join into the conversation here, or I'm not gonna just randomly answer your questions. They're completely off topic, Superman of Krypton. So enjoy the entertainment. Are you not entertained? And plus you just rolled up here. We don't even know you, and you're up here asking 3 ask me anything questions. Sit back. Let me ask you 3 ask fucking me anything questions. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Here. Okay, Schmiede? That's my channel. We're 2 French maids. Ask us something. Ask my lovely guest, EDM Demon something, Superman. So, sounds like a song about to bust out that voice. Can we kiss already? Lean in here. So, and remember to tip well. Your favorite. Cafe maid. Ah, exactly. So, we do a little dustings around here. We pour the sake. There you go, Chi-Town. There you go. Cheers.
Okay,
Yes, Sam, there
code.
is a dress code for tonight. We're doing cosplay tonight, so it's French maid cosplay tonight, Sam, as you can probably tell. EDM's got the cat ears and everything. He's one-upped me. Chat, he has one-upped me with the fucking cat ears, okay? So what happened was, I think this was a subcall or something in your channel, EDM, right? And you had to... It was in Mac Daddy McFlurry's?
Not hers.
Whose was it? I don't know who it was in.
He's never around anymore. He's streaming right now, but he's having his own life things that he's dealing with, so he's kind of shift priority, so to say. So we don't really see much of him anymore, unfortunately. But it was his community idea. Once he hit 50 subs, they had a choice between like 3 things, and they chose this to have him be in a maid outfit. He was like, "Hey, why not do this for one of our episodes?" And so me, Mac Daddy, and Jazzy, we all balled, and that actually ended up being our highest viewed podcast.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is people like watching people in French maid cosplay.
Well, I mean, whenever you got a lady on there, the numbers are always going to be bumped, but it was pretty substantial for everyone's channel that night. We all kind of hit highs for that time period. It was actually pretty nice, I'm not going to lie.
That's awesome. Well, and you're a good sport for doing that too. EDM, a good sport. Brew Demon looking like a solid French maid. Thick. He's looking like a thick, solid French maid. He's probably lifting the furniture with one freaking finger. Cleaning the dust bunnies from under the furniture, just like, let's get under there.
Check the corners. You have to.
Like, that's what EDM looks like he's doing right now, okay?
This chair is pretty heavy. I might have to just flex real quick.
Oh wait, we're drinking sake. I have some of that konnichiwa. Konnichiwa means hello. Going by, Rudy. Konnichiwa to you. You guys are killing me right now. EDM the mighty maid. Yeah, the mighty maid.
I cannot keep a solid thought going because I'm freaking giggling. I love you guys so much.
Love you too, EDM. Hi, Cool Ma. I'm doing amazing. How are you doing? Cool. You got any questions for EDM? We're dressed up as fine French maids right now, okay? So let's keep the topic of conversation On track. Let's keep it on that. I am drinking some. This is actually not sake. This is called makgeolli. Okay, makgeolli. It's Korean rice wine. As you guys probably know, Korea is like very, very similar to Japan because they were colonized by the Japanese. So, this is like a Korean rice wine. It actually has some like ground up rice in it, so it looks like milky or cloudy from the rice. But it's very similar to sake.
All of your different drinks from, because it's occasionally you'll have some domestic, but for the most part, it's from all over. Where do you get it from?
Wherever I can find it, EDM. Wherever I can freaking find it, frankly. I'm a girl on a mission, but that's what I really like. I really get off on that. I really love getting things and buying imported products, things that I can't normally get in the country or that are very rare. That's what I'm into. Man lifts the house when he vacuums. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he does. He's turned the lights on for this one now. So
I like this shade of light. It reflects off the skin.
It makes your skin a nice golden color. Actually, I will admit it does. It gives you a nice tint, a nice golden tint. So
makes my smile bright.
He brushes with Colgate, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, he's got some nice pearly whites. Nadim, hi. Thank you, Nadim. Welcome in. Are you hiring your services as a maid, by the way? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here. We're here. This is Molly Maid, or Ann and Demon Maid, and we'll show up at your house. We'll show up at your house, and EDM does most of the heavy lifting with one finger, and I just get in there and I start to dust out the cobwebs, you know?
See, Saturn, I was going over the rates in my head. I was like $250 an hour, but $600, if you're offering, how am I to say no?
Right. Superman, you're a first-time chatter here. You rolled up, you said, can I ask you anything? I said, absolutely, as long as it's within terms of service and you don't go against TOS. And you started asking me 3, novels to discuss. Completely, it wasn't a simple question, Superman. We're talking, you want to direct the conversation of topic today. And I'm so sorry, Superman, as a new chatter here, you don't dictate what I talk about in the stream, okay? I'm warm and I'm welcoming to everyone, okay? But you also, there's within reason, okay? As you can tell, we have something going on. So you can either choose Superman to join in to our conversation and hop into our conversation, but I'm not going to answer your 3 novels of conversation just because I have the Ask Me Anything tag on the bottom of my stream. Okay, Superman, I think you're a little confuzzled. Okay, I don't know. I think you're a little confused, Superman. Yeah. Anyways, $600 an hour? That's cheap, Saturn. That's cheap. We need to know our worth. We need to...
First off, how big is the house?
Okay, that's a good question. See, you're well versed with these questions, EDM. You know better than I do. It's a beautiful thing, how many of us cultures of booze. Absolutely, Rudy. I think a lot of different cultures have their own alcohol, and it's so rare, so unique. But to answer your question, EDM, because it's a quick answer, I got it at my local liquor store. I ordered it online. They delivered it. And I tried to get the Buzzball. There's only one flavor of Buzzball. It's the cookie one, okay? They only had one.
It's okay.
There was only 6 left in stock. I ordered 2. Oh, no, I ordered the last 2 left in stock. I was like, I'm going to try these. I know EDM likes these Buzzballs. You'll never guess what. They shipped every other item in the order, and they did not ship the Buzzballs. Their inventory was off, and they did not ship the Buzzballs. So unfortunately, I actually ordered the last 2 that were in stock. But unfortunately, I didn't get them, EDM, so I won't even get a chance to try those Buzzballs, they're from the States. So, yeah, that's my story.
It's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
I see you, Brew Crew. What's good, baby boy? I see you.
Hi, Brew.
Nadine, he said, what sports/athletics do I do? Kurt, well, I play almost almost anything. The sports that I really do enjoy, football, of course, basketball. But if you force me to go left, you'll be able to steal the ball. I can't dribble my left hand to save my life, even though I'm left-handed. Make it make sense? I don't know. And I played a lot of baseball, and I'm actually surprisingly good at soccer.
I love soccer.
You play?
I used to play on the indoor women's league when I was like a adolescent. But a lot of injuries happen with soccer. Usually, like, well, you can tear your ACL, your MCL, break bones, twist ankles, all of that. So honestly, I ended up stopping. Every person that I know that has played soccer, like long term, gets an injury. Usually a knee injury. So
do you like winter sports? You like going skiing or snowboarding?
Nah, I hate the cold. I hate the cold.
Okay, well, what about surfing?
I like water sports. Sports. I actually do. I like surfing. I like wakeboarding. I like jet skiing and all that stuff. And like anything. Yeah, as long as I'm warm, I'm down with stuff like that. Absolutely. Yes.
I still have not been on a jet ski or done wakeboarding, but I've done paddleboarding and I've done surfing. Love surfing. Surfing is amazing. Wait, there was another thing here in chat. Where did it go?
I'd pay you both to come over and watch me clean my house? Gertie, don't tempt me with a good time. Listen, there's something so sexy about seeing a guy who can cook, a guy who can clean, a guy who knows how to hold their own. You know? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You know, I'm just...
Banana wants to know, Edia, where'd you get your traps from?
So where'd I get my traps from? Steroids from a child. That is not a joke. That is not a joke. Let me explain.
Okay.
It is not your traditional steroid that people who powerlift and things like that take. No. However, I was a sickly child. Extreme allergies, extreme childhood asthma. And a lot of the asthma and allergy medications that people take normally today, I was part of the test run for. So what is it? Not Zofran. It's a liquid that you use for a nebulizer. But anyways, was on test trial for that. Several different inhalers and a couple of other steroids that was experimental back in the day, but some helped, some didn't. So I think that right there stunted my growth as well as kind of shifted my body chemistry in a way. Once I turned 20, I kind of blew up into this. And then, of course, on top of weightlifting.
Statuesque man that you see today, chat. Mr. Scotty, welcome in. I got injured playing PB soccer in 81 or 82. Oh, geez, Mr. Scotty. And you still remember it. Like, it must have been a bad injury. Hi, Vampire. Welcome in. Nice to see you, Vampire. So,
Mochi 28D, we didn't miss you. I used to fight, but this is for the Navy's physical readiness test, so I'm trying to make weight for that. I don't fight anymore, sadly. I miss it a lot.
You miss fighting?
Yes, I do.
What? Tell me, like, what does it for you when you fight? Like, is it? Yeah.
I like things that stimulate my mind. And fighting is a big chess match. It's a large chess match, and you get punished by getting punched in the face. So it's a lot of reading, and trying to get into their head so you can get their timing. So that's why you see a lot of in boxing and MMA. That's a large portion of the reason they bounce, so that you can't get a beat on their rhythm. You never know when they are going to strike. So it's a lot of shoulder movement. So it's like the best way to conceal a punch is, so your opponent doesn't know that you're going to punch. So you got your hands here. A lot of people, whenever they go to punch, they pull their shoulder back and then they punch. Well, that's not where your power is generated from. It's not generated from up here. It's generated from your legs and your waist.
Or your core.
Your core helps stabilize you during the punch, but all your power comes from your legs.
Oh, okay.
So whenever you go to punch,
I'm a lover, chat. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Well, no. In the words of the great Keanu Reeves, if you love something, then you're gonna have to fight for it.
Oh my god, I was watching a marathon of John Wick last night. I watched the John Wick marathon last night, and it was actually great. It was so funny. I've never seen. I only saw the first one.
All of them?
Yeah, I saw all of. I didn't see. I think there's 4 or something. I saw 3.
All right.
So, Chaz, welcome in. You got to work on your cooking then, Chaz. Izzy, all in. Welcome in, Izzy. Nice to see you, homie. Nice to see you, Izzy. I once landed on my kneecap twice in the soccer, and the second in paintball. Ouch, brew. The Navy explains the French maid outfit error. Cyber Dial, good evening, Cyber. Welcome in. A man knows, 100% man knows what he's talking about. I think you're a bit of a fighter. Khan, welcome in, Khan. Who wore it better, chat? Nice to see you, Khan. And Super, welcome in, Super.
Do we have another fighter in chat right now?
Yeah, any other fighters in chat? A lover? Not a fighter? Well then kiss me, you fool. I feel like that's a quote from something.
It
Retro.
definitely is a quote from something. I don't know what it is.
I just don't know what. Yeah, exactly. I just don't know what. But EDM, I love it that you're pulling out quotes from John Wick today. Okay. I see you there, EDM.
I'm a little versed. I know things.
I'll be lurking. Thanks for the lurk, Brew. I hope you have a good stream if that's what you're doing tonight.
Oh, you want to get a poll going?
Yeah, of who wore it better?
Khan said who wore it better.
Mods, you hear that? You hear that? I mean, let's do it. EDM feels very confident with those traps and those fucking cute as fuck cat ears with the bells.
I love it. It's with the bells.
With the bells. So let's get a poll going then. Vampire used to box. I fight the power.
It's
Halloween
it's
edition.
comfortable and tight at the same time. If it makes any sense.
It makes perfect sense to me, EDM. Skiz, thank you so much for the bits. It is a hot date night, Halloween edition. Who wore it better? We've got a poll up in chat. Guys, go vote. Go vote. I will not vote on this one, okay? Because I'll be a little biased. But who wore it better? Look, you're is that a game of is that a not a Game of Thrones? Is that a League of Legends?
Oh, you had it right. That is Game of Thrones.
Oh, it is Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones Secret Labs chair, it matches your fit. It matches your actual fit. That is fire. Hi BBC, welcome in. But Skiz, I wanted to say, everybody go vote. Go vote first of all. Who wore it better? Okay.
Yeah, who wore it
Second
better?
of all,
be honest now, be honest.
Be honest. Where's that dirty floor, EDM? Let's show me where the dirty floor is.
Where's the dirty floor? Well, I do believe it is that way.
That's perfect. I love it. So there's that. But then also, after this E-Date, guys, we're going to be doing scary stories. Spooky, scary ghost stories in Discord. So I'm just going to take callers. Okay? So this will be a first ever spooky, scary story edition where you don't have to come on camera. We'll just hear your lovely voices in the Discord, okay, guys? So if you haven't joined the Discord already, !Discord in the chat for the link. And you can hang out in the general chat, and I will drag people one at a time to tell their story. Guys, you guys are too kind, but I would say that was a valiant effort. It was a 60-40 split.
I was about to say, I'll take it.
It It was a 60-40 split EDM. I gotta say, I mean, that was quite a challenge for sure. So hi, Dylan. So
You know, I gotta make you work for something.
absolutely. Michelle wants to know when we're doing a karaoke stream. Your girl likes to do karaoke too, Brew. I was thinking, listen, something came to mind in this fine French maid outfit. And it would be Beauty and the Beast. Be our guest, put your service to the test, tie your napkin around your neck, Cherie, and we'll provide the rest. That would actually be a pretty amazing song to sing, wow, in cosplay, don't you guys think? I think it would be actually amazing. So, he even curtsies well. I'm impressed. I gotta work on my curtsy now. I got 9 votes, EDM. Isn't that crazy, Sonnery? You got 9 votes. Okay, wait.
I got 9, and then you got 14. Oh, you gotta work on that flexibility, love.
Oh,
you gotta
so
work on that leg flexibility.
Okay, how low do I gotta go?
Oh, it's not even that. It's just your leg placement.
Oh.
It's just one in front of the other. There's one. Then just bend. No. Don't bend your legs. Don't bend your legs.
Don't bend my legs.
You bend at the hips. Just one.
Oh, like so.
You're bending your legs.
There you go, guys. There you go. Touche. So, touche.
I am unnaturally flexible for the size that I am.
And why is that? Just naturally, you didn't work on it at all? Are you doing yoga in those cat ears?
It has to be the cat ears, otherwise, I won't be able to do it. But I used to do gymnastics whenever I was younger. So one of the things that we had to work on was flexibility. And the thing that the first week was there, like, all right, you can do a split. I couldn't. So my big sister decided to help me out. Oh, so graciously. So I'm like that far off the ground. And we're super young. I think my big sister, she was like 8 or 9 at the time, which would have made me 6 or 7. And she was like, I'll help you. And she ran up with both knees straight into the top part of my back and just, full weight. And I cried a lot.
I cried. She just pushed down.
Both knees, full weight, cannonballed into the top of my back. But in her defense, I can now do a split. So
just had to work you in a little. Just break you in.
There's working in, and then there's forcing. There's a difference. You can work it in. Don't force it.
Oh, Brew Mall, you mean you want to come on and sing karaoke? Yeah, it's not a karaoke night though, but Brew Mall, if you have any cosplay, you are welcome to come on Brew Mall in cosplay. But yes, we're going to be doing, all the E-Days will be cosplay themed. So you have to be wearing a costume. That's a prerequisite to come on an E-Day for the month of October, guys, for the rest of the month. And Becca, that's a great idea. Just do a little musical sing-along in the middle of the spooky, scary stories. Hi, Gummy. Welcome in. Nice to see you, Gummy. Doing amazing.
Wait, Jayhawker, what was clipped? What did you clip? There was a lot that just went on the past 5 minutes. What did you clip, sir? I feel like I know what it was.
What was it clipped? We need to know. Hi, Dean Moore. Welcome in.
Who wore it better? Okay, all right.
So, just letting you know, Anne, that I'm still here and to join the conversation on the fighting I used to be an MMA artist. Oh, really? But at the time, I didn't have the money to continue. So since then, I've been looking for a low budget one. Mac Daddy, greetings and welcome, Mac Daddy. Welcome in. Not safe for work. Oh, what was your specialty for your mixed martial arts? Were you into jiu-jitsu? I didn't realize that sport is expensive to do. I had no idea.
For me personally, I wrestling background into Muay Thai. Muay Thai is really fun and actually works with me personally well. Knees, elbows, feet. That is my thing. I don't care how tall you are. I can kick you square under your chin.
Oof. That is a great talent to have. One of those high kicks, like those freaking Bruce Lee, like high, what do you call those kicks? Barrel kicks? Or no, not a barrel kick. So there's a name for that kick.
You're close. I see where you got that name from. It's a roundhouse.
Roundhouse.
I see where you got the name
kick.
from.
Yes. That's it. Mac Daddy, I got him to dress up in the French maid costume. It's sitting there. It needs to be put to good use, Mac Daddy McFlurry.
You know?
He wants to see 5 push-ups. Do we got this, EDM?
5 push-ups.
We're gonna do a 2-for-1 deal, Con, okay? 5 push-ups.
Just
it's
5?
a roundhouse. Thank you guys. I thought it was. What did I call it? I called it a wagon. I
called
called
it a barrel kick.
A barrel. A roundhouse. I was freaking close. Superman, sad that you went away from what you said. I said you can ask the questions. I didn't say I would answer them, Superman. I think you're confused. You can go back and watch the VOD after the stream's over and kind of see what happened. I said, feel free. This isn't Ask Me Anything. You can absolutely ask. I did not say I would answer. So, sorry about that, Superman. So, Con, thank you for redeeming 5 push-ups. Okay. 5 push-ups.
Make your nose touch the ground.
Yeah. That guy just wants to fight. He just wants to come in. He just came in and he was a brand new first-time chatter. And just wants to fight. And now that I won't answer his crazy, questions, he's like, oh, you're a liar. You're a liar. You said I could ask anything. Yeah, I said you could ask anything. That I would answer, okay? Because he's asking way too much, especially as a first-time chatter. So he thinks
love you, Superman.
He was owed something. Yeah, buddy, what do you want from me? We're doing a stream here. You're a first-time chatter. I'm not gonna just, he was asking, do you think, I don't know, we can go back and answer the go back over the questions. They were long, detailed, philosophical questions, chat. Philosophical questions. Mr. Cheeky, 5 for Ann, 25 for Demon. Mr. Cheeky, well, it's 500 bits for 5 push-ups. Okay? We're doing a 2-for-1 deal because we like Con. So he's gonna see 5 push-ups from me and 5 push-ups from EDM for the low price of 500 bits.
Go ahead, throw another 1,000 on there.
But Mr. Cheeky, I like where you're going with that. Get EDM to do the work. Absolutely. He's not even following. I think Retro, he just goes stream to stream with the Ask Me Anything tag. Because he's like, oh, you're doing Ask Me Anythings? So he's a first-time chatter. He's just going stream to stream and asking people questions. And then getting mad if you don't answer his questions. Buddy, I don't know who you think you are. But he's very confused. That's all I know. Very confused. That's all I'm going to say. So, all right, guys.
Ready when you are.
EDM, are you ready to do the 5 push-ups?
You want to do the 3-count push-ups?
I can't hear you, so let's do it. Get into a folded table position, EDM. Folded table position. Okay, good.
On you.
Good to see that there. Okay, ready? Let's go, EDM. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good job.
Light work.
Do it for a children. Children?
What would you do for the children?
Foldable table. Foldable table. There you go, Con.
See?
Not bad.
Bonk, young man. Bonk.
Okay, good. Wonderful.
At EDM, I'm a Muay Thai champ on Monday. Oh, you're in a Muay Thai championship on Monday? Oh my God. Let's go.
Ooh, love your attitude. Let's go, Banana. W's. Good push-ups, both of you. Thank you, Banana. Thank you.
I try.
Good job. All right. Now, EDM, if you need to go at any time, you just let me know because I know you said you might have something going on and I don't want to keep you, I'm considerate of your time. But I'm still, stay as long as you like. But if you do need to hop out at any time, I totally understand.
All right. right. I appreciate that. I really do. I got oxtails in the pressure cooker. They're still going, so we've got a little bit of time.
Okay, good. I love oxtail. One of my favorite like Caribbean dishes is oxtail.
When was the last time you had some?
What's that?
When was the last time you had some? See, you're thinking about it. Sorry.
I had some around this time last year. It was homemade stuff. It was homemade.
You gotta fix that.
Yeah. I mean, it's so expensive to buy it. Like when you go out now, they give you the smallest portion for like, it used to be like a cheap cut of meat and you would get a nice portion. Not anymore. Not anymore. They charge a lot. So, yeah, I had a nice, generous portion of homemade oxtail, rice and peas. Fun fact, I liked oxtail so much, I actually joined a Caribbean cooking class. It was like a late night cooking class put on by like the city. So it was cheap or whatever to join these cooking classes. I joined a Caribbean and a Thai cooking class because I wanted to learn how to make oxtail. Not safe for a gamer, thank you so much for the follow. I wanted to learn how to make a nice oxtail. But it turned out the person who was running the cooking class was Haitian. They don't make a lot of oxtail in Haiti, and she did not teach us how to make oxtail. So I joined that cooking class and learned how to make a lot of like French influenced foods, but there was no oxtail.
What's one dish from there that you still like on occasion cook?
I remember she made this like it was really, really simple. It was just a macaron like dessert. So it was like coconut, condensed milk, and I forget what the third ingredient was, and it was 3 ingredients. All it was shaved coconut, condensed milk, and she baked it in a pan.
I know what you're talking about. Oh my god,
It was so good, so simple and delicious though.
Please excuse my laughter during your story. I read Mac Daddy's chat and it made me good.
So are you going to do one? Do you know any little dancey dances? We would love to see a dancey dance.
What little dancey dance would I even do?
I'm working on the
dancey
book
dance.
funds.
How about this? How about somebody
So
throw a gift sub and I'll do a little dancey dance.
What's that? What'd you say?
I said if somebody throws a gifted sub, I will do a little dancey dance.
Did you hear that, chat? If somebody gifts a sub, you will get a little dancey dance from the EDM Demon. I think that's a pretty good deal. That is well worth it. That's quality content right there, Schweeties. Your stream is incredible. Thank you, not safe for work.
Banana Yachts gifted 1 subscription to the community.
Let's go, Gertie just gifted 5. Does that mean we dance for a little bit longer, Gertie? Does that mean we dance a little bit longer? Thank you, Banana. Thank you, Gertie.
Gertie7 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Can't cheat on me with EDM unless I'm there too, okay?
Alright.
Has it been an hour already since the last hype train? I guess it has. Thank you guys for the second hype train. Shake what your mama gave you. You know what? I'm gonna say something, Mac. Hold on. I was watching I saw, stories EDM was putting up when Mac Daddy and EDM went to TwitchCon this year. And I was like, I had to kind of do a double take EDM. Because every time there was stories when you were at the pool table. Mac Daddy, he was at the pool table and I was like, jeez, my god, he's working with a lot. He's working with a lot, Mac, if you feel me. I was like, my god, how can any girl compete with that? He's got some junk in that trunk.
I eat my grits and I eat my cornbread.
Oh, he eats it well. He eats well, chat. It's proportions. Well, it all seems to go somewhere. Okay, it goes somewhere. It goes to his traps, and somewhere else.
These big old ham hocks right here.
The prosciuttos. The prosciutto. Okay, so guys, thank you so much, Gertie, for the 5, and thank you, Banana, for the gifted as well. EDM's gonna give you a little. I hope there's a little like cat little things with it too. That would be so cute. Little.
What? Just give them the.
Yeah, one of those. One of those. Let's see what you got.
I don't know none of those. I can't just dance raw like that.
You gotta put some music on.
I gotta put some music on.
Poor guy's sober too. Daddy!
Yeah,
see, this is quality
McDaddy McFlurry just
here.
subscribed for 6 months.
I am super sober right now.
The neighbors die of fright.
Right,
Thank you, McDaddy. Thank you so much, girl, for 6 months.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay, let's see what we can do. I gotta pour a drink for this one, chat.
Actually, we're just gonna do this. We're just gonna fucking.
It's crazy. It's been that long already. When's the last time you wore this? Like, it was last year, no?
Yeah, it was. It's been a minute. It's been a long while actually. It was around. I feel like it was around this time last year.
Mm-hmm. Probably around Halloween last year is when he had to, dust the cobwebs off. All right, guys, we're all in for a treat. G2, thank you for making this happen, and also Banana Shorts as well. Thank you for making this happen. Here we go. Such energy. Oh, wow. Get it, girl? Is that the flying Superman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, have you ever
It's
seen...
that that by Soulja Boy. If you know, you know.
Soulja Boy. Have you ever seen a French maid flying in the air like Superman, like Soulja Boy? It's funny because we hear no music. No, we don't.
I know,
because that would be on my end.
Part.
I know, that would be on my end. Soulja Boy. Someone clip that.
Fine.
Maple, do you know how to clip?
Lady Winema just raided with 3
Let's
months.
go, girl! So there's the no. Beat down like I look not know. Every second is a highlight when we touch you. Like I'm a domino. Lady Wanima. I miss playing Fortnite with you guys. I really do. We have to play it. I hear there's like a Halloween Fortnite. So maybe we'll get on that with you guys, like when I'm not streaming. When I'm not streaming, but I would love to play that before it ends in the evenings. Thank you so much for the raid, Lady Wanima. I hope the Ren Fair was amazing today with you and your sister. What were you playing today? Were you playing that card game out of curiosity? Or were you playing a little folk knife action?
Wait, TCG Simulator?
Yeah.
Is that
Everyone's
really
playing
blowing
that.
up right
It's
now?
so popular. It's popular. Everybody is
But I
playing
get
that.
bullied for this. I get bullied for doing it in real life.
Really?
Not now, because now, I'm an adult and I just shut up. But yeah, growing up, definitely. I had a huge Yu-Gi-Oh card collection when I was younger, and I just got back into collecting thanks to Jazzy. Shout out my boy Jazzy. Because they just had their 25th anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I hopped in on that. I got some really good cards out of it too, and I'm gonna hold on to them because eventually, like 10 years time, they'll be worth something.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hang on to those cards. Lady, I'm glad you got the Maleficent skin. I haven't seen the store, but I know that they have some new skins out there. They're always having new skins. So, and I know you really wanted that Maleficent skin. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Ashley and I had so much fun at the Ren Fair. She killed it with her Kaylee cosplay. I saw that. I saw a clip, and she sewed it all herself, which makes it so fun when you're doing cosplay and you're sewing all that stuff yourself. So that's awesome, Lady Wanima.
Costumes. Oh my god! The utmost respect for them. Like, oh my goodness, the amount of patience you must have.
Oh yeah. A lot of the time for me, we want to see pics. But throw them up in the Discord, lady. Throw them up in the Discord. We want to see pics. And here's the thing with me, guys. Like, when I try to make cosplay, it usually never turns out. I have a great idea, full of ideas. Does it ever turn out the way that I envisioned it in my head? No. It looks botched. It looks crap. Like absolute dog doo-doo. So, like, those people who can actually make beautiful things and have them turn out, mad respect, mad credit for people who could actually do that. Like your sister, lady. I think that was your sister. Yeah, like, she did a beautiful cape, like, all sewn. It looked gorgeous. It looked like, you know. Choo-choo! Thank you so much for that hype train, guys. Thank you. Anyways, cheers. I'm drinking some Korean rice wine. You can see like the little rice sediments in there, the makgeolli. So, cheers. Just posted in Discord, guys. Go check it out. Go check it out, guys. It's in the cord. Also, if anyone wants to come on to tell spooky, scary stories, no video required. Just in the voice in Discord. Please join my Discord, and you can hang out in the general chat. And I will be dragging people in just to say their ghost or their spooky, scary stories. Hi, Rec.
And you know, I think that is a perfect segue because my dinner just finished. I gotta go feed these Koreans.
Good timing. Good timing. Little EDM Demon, thank you so much for coming on, for having the confidence, to having the guts, chat, to be my twin. Okay, tonight. It was great. Who wore it better? It was a 60-40 split. That was anybody's. Anyone could have taken that. Absolutely. We love EDM. Yes, we do. We do love EDM. EDM, love you. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your oxtail. Well, and we'll see you. We'll see you around. Keep washing those floors. Keep lifting that furniture. Keep sweeping those dust bunnies. Okay.
Well, of course I will. And you, as always, keep this stream clean. All of these nail dwellers in the chats. You keep eye on them.
Get out of here. I'll sweep them under the rug, all these Nell dwellers. EDM, thank you. Love you, EDM. And we'll see you later, sweetie.
Bye.
Bye, EDM. All right, guys. That was the one, the only EDM Demon. He might be streaming a little bit later. I know he's going to be eating his dinner. How dare you! Open his head! He might be streaming a little bit later, okay? But for now, he's going to be eating some amazing. The guy does everything. He cleans his house. He cooks. He's cooking some oxtail tonight as well, okay? So he's doing big boy things. So I will be streaming later. So there you go. So guys, go drop him a follow. Aaron, thank you for the bits. Go drop EDM Demon a follow. It's free to follow. He will be streaming later. He's playing. He likes to play Destiny. He's playing that new Yu-Gi-Oh game. Dragon Ball Z. Sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh game. Dragon Ball Z. And I guess he mentioned just earlier he plays the card simulator. The TCG card simulator. Saturn, thank you for shouting out EDM. Go drop him a follow. And Lady Wanima, thanks for the raid. I shouted you out earlier. Yeah, I shouted you out. So, dropped him a follow, sub, and 5 gifted. Let's go! G2, thank you for that. Thank you. He is a good human. Above all, Error, thank you so much for the bits, Error. Lady Wanima, I salute you, girl. Go Gertie, go Gertie, go! Go Gertie, go Gertie, go! Gertie, G2, thank you for being an upstanding citizen of the world, G2. Love you. EDM, love you as well. Thank you, guys. Alright, so guys. Kudos to EDM. kudos to EDM. We're going to be starting something new. If anyone wants to hop in the Discord. Oh, there we go. Lady is in there. Lady is in there. Love you all. Ah, Gertie, so glad that you're part of this community. Tonight, you and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Who has spooky stories? I think Lady Benema has a spooky story. Thank you, Error. Thank you so much for the bits. You are the best. Lady has one. Okay. Let me just pour myself a drink. Okay. Also, you guys probably don't hear the music. Let me turn it up slightly. Let me know when it's like, can you hear the music first of all? At all? Like a little spooky background vibes. Is that still too quiet? That's better? Okay. Just so there's a little background something, but I don't want it to take away from, the bulky snacks down 10%, I think would be perfect. Oh, it's too loud, the Thornhorn. You think the music's too loud? Error! With the jump scares? With the jump scares, it's not too loud. Okay. Just a tiny bit. Okay, you know what? It's so, just turn my actual volume down if it's a little bit too loud. It shouldn't be too loud. Like my mic is like high, much higher. It should be okay, I think. So, spooky story, Snazzy Buffalo and I never meet. Terrifying. Spooky story, Gertie? Someone tries to swim across Lake Erie and gets eaten by sharks. Gets eaten by sharks, chat, when they're swimming over to meet the love of their life for their wedding. That Chef Larry prepared all of the food and they get eaten by a shark. True story. No, I'm just joking. It's not a true story. Music isn't loud. Okay, thank you, Becca. Damn, who's this baddie? Hey, Cyber, welcome in. Say Halloween. Say Halloween. All right, guys. Shall we start? Let me just try. I have a little snack here. I have a little like French-made, Korean, Japanese, French-made, eaten by a bunch of lake smelts, by a bunch of lake trout. Sharks don't like chatting. They don't like chatting? Sharks? Look at these. So just to show you, they really do look like rigatoni. They're crunchy. Delicious. They're sweet and spicy. Okay. Alright. Doesn't it look like rigatoni, Cyber? But it's not. It's Korean sweet and spicy snacks. Shark Ocean. They don't like chatting. The sharks? Oh my. I'm in your Discord. Nice, Vampire. Where? You're not in the general chat. Gertie! Oh my gosh, girl, you missed it. You missed my twinsy. We just had EDM Demon on a lovely date. I hope your shopping was well, Gertie. Not exactly true. There could be some like hammerhead sharks or tiger sharks that do live in brackish water, Cyber. I agree. How are you, Gertie? I have this leftover Korean rice wine or makgeolli. I have to finish it. It's been in my fridge for Lady Wanima!
Lady Wanima gifted 5 subscriptions
Halloween
to the community.
Candy. Handing out subs like it's Halloween candy in the true Halloween spirit. By the way, Lady's birthday is coming up.
Trick or treat.
Fair. This is her favorite time of year. Her birthday's, and there was a shark living in a lake on a golf course for years. If it's brackish water, they can absolutely live in brackish water. Like, depends on the species of shark. So, I've got this makgeolli. Gertie, thank you,
Jetty
Gertie.
Girly gifted 5
And then I have
subscriptions to the
these.
community.
They look like rigatoni, but they go with my Korean theme. They are sweet. They are spicy. They're perfect for snacking. But seriously, they look like rigatoni. Look at that. Here we go, Lady Wanima! Oh my god, Gertie, guys!
Gerdy7 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Lady Wanima is coming right on up. I'm bringing Lady Wanima on first, so get into my Discord general chat if you want me to drag you on for a spooky, scary story. Gertie, girly, and then I swear, am I having deja vu? Am I having deja vu right now? Because we've got Gertie Guy, G2, Gift in 5, in true Gertie style. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Am I there now? I don't see you there. Are you in the general chat, Vampire? Sky. Thank you for the bits, Error. Thank you for the love. Gertie girly, Gertie guy, G2, whatever you want to call it. Thank you so much. Gertie squared. Lady Wanima, vampire, or not vampire, Error. Error, thank you for all the love tonight as well, all the bits. I appreciate that, Error. You started off the first hype train, I remember that, Error. You were the first, you gave the first bits of the evening.
Gertie Girly gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
I'm wearing shorts, guys, because your girl's gotta wear shorts tonight, Treaty. She's gotta wear a little short action. Cute tights. Oh, thank you, Gertie. Yes, they actually went with the cosplay. Say Halloween. Oh, say Halloween. Oh, say Halloween. Say Halloween. I'll show you guys. French maid costume. Spooky, scary skeletons. Okay, in general chat, voice chat. I don't have my mic. Well, Vampire, you need a mic to come on and talk. These are for ghost stories where we're talking and viewers will talk and say their story, okay? So anyone who's confused, because I know this is the first time I've ever done it, you will need a microphone. No video though, you don't need a camera. These are just call-ins on Discord to tell some spooky, scary ghost stories. You'll probably like to see EDM Demon dressed up. He was so cute. We even took a poll, Gertie. Who wore it better? We did a who wore it better poll. So, yes, I just didn't know if you knew that they can live in lakes. Native Bane, hey, Native Bane, welcome in. Native Bane comes in, he's like, Snazzy! How are you, Native Bane? You could use your phone? Yeah, you could use your phone in Discord. And basically everyone has a microphone. That's so smart, Saturn. Everyone will have a microphone. Oh, my necklace! Uh-oh, we gotta do it up. Everyone will have a phone. Give me 1 second, guys, and then we're gonna bring in our first guest of the night. In Discord, which is Lady Wanima. It's okay, still love you. Love you too, Vampire. But yeah, you can use your phone. You can download the Discord app and use your phone that way. I think it's a great idea. You think so, Rudy? Who won? Oh, it was close, Gertie. It was a 60-40 split. I won, but I just squeaked in by the skin of my teeth. By the skin of my teeth, I'm telling you, EDM put up a really good, he put up a good fight. A good fight. Okay? I said, good evening, beautiful lady. Before the 10 gifted. I missed it then, Bane. I missed it. I'm so sorry. Welcome in, Bane. I hope you're well. I hope you're out of the hospital. And everything's good with you, Bane. So, sharks are my favorite animal. I have hundreds and hundreds.
Does it, Jay?
The power of Christ compels you.
The power of Christ compelling me? Is that what's happening?
The power of Christ compels you.
Guess what? It's not that compelling.
It's not that compelling, Error. Thank you for the bits. That's actually perfect for Halloween. Because that's The Exorcist, right? The Exorcist. We got a little exorcism in chat. Cyber, I didn't know sharks were your favorite animal. I have several tattooed on my back. What's your favorite species of shark? Do you like the great white? Do you like tigers? Because actually, great whites are not the most aggressive of all the sharks. There's definitely more aggressive species out there. Species? Okay. Hi, Booty Bandit. Welcome in. I'm home, but I haven't left the bed in a couple of days now. Take your time, Bane. Take your time. At least you're home. You're resting and you are recovering at home. A little R&R. A bull shark. Yeah, bull sharks and tiger sharks. I'm like, I tested this. Well, it would help if I was in there too.
It would help. It would help just a little bit.
Lady Wanima, well, greetings and welcome in, girl. How are you?
I am fantastic. How is you? How is everyone in chat? How are we doing tonight?
I think we're doing great. I think we're doing
Good.
lovely. How was the Ren Fair?
It was so much fun. I loved it. So I was actually meant to go as Maleficent this morning, and well, that kind of fell through because my horns didn't work out right. But my sister killed it. She sewed all of those leaves. She even made something else to go on top of that, to where if she was cold, but it was warm today. We had so much fun. We gave out so much dice. It was insane. It was great. I love it. I love going to Ren Fairs. We're going to a Ren Fair next week, and then we have my birthday, and then we're going to another Ren Fair afterwards, after the weekend after. So
There's a lot of Ren Fairs that happen in the fall.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So.
So Lady Wanima, I know your birthday is coming up the beginning of November, so in a couple weeks.
Yes.
But I know you love this time of the year. This is your favorite season. Halloween is your favorite holiday.
Yes,
And we're trying to, due to the turkey legs, ooh, the smoked turkey legs. I love those. I love those. I feel so animalistic, so primal, just holding a big stick of smoked meat in my hand as I walk around. You know, just like, you get hungry, take a little bite, keep going, burn some more calories, get hungry, take a little nibble, a little gobblins. Hi, Pooh. Welcome in, Pooh. Okay, so Lady Wanima, I know you love Halloween. It's your favorite holiday. And just to set, get into the festive spirit, I was thinking of spooky, scary stories. Do you have any ghost stories for the chat?
I do. I do. Some of people in chat have already heard this, because I've mentioned it on our girls' night. But I do have one. This happened about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And so where I live at, there is a place that's actually haunted. It used to be a hospital. And like my mom went there when she was in high school to do physicals there. And she had always said this place was creepy, that really if you didn't go there for anything more than the flu, 9 times out of 10 you didn't come out alive out of that place. It was very spooky. It's like very remote. So I think that around like junior, senior year in high school, my dad was volunteering out there because that's what he did, because they raised money for charity and helped out with the softball and baseball and football and all that kind of stuff for the school. So my dad's out there volunteering, and since it is an actual haunted hospital, they made it into a haunted house. My dad's out there and he's wearing, a doctor's getup. The female tour guides, as we call them, they would dress up as nurses. It was very themed until you get into the haunted house, and it turns in like you have your Michael Myers, you have your clown room, we had all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Well, and they had different layouts, different years. Well, this particular layout this year was, or the year that the story happened, the exit of the tour was right there by the OR. I was like, okay, this is fine. And another little tidbit is my dad's a technician. His background is in electrical stuff. So that's very important for the story. So one night, it's really, really cold. And me and a friend of mine are sitting outside on the bleachers. And we're like, hey, is it, like, we asked one of the volunteers, hey, is it all right to stand inside the exit because it's really cold? They're like, yeah, sure, go ahead, that's fine. So we're standing there.
Wait, just to pause.
Yes.
Usually when there's like a cold feeling, usually there's like a ghost presence. There's certain types of ghosts where the temperature will go down, right? And it's really cold when a place is haunted, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yes, if it's in that specific location, but we were outside and it was really, really cold.
Okay.
So,
I see. Okay. So just outside temperature-wise, it was cold. All right.
Temperature was wise. But that does play into it later. So we're walking and we're standing right there by the exit. Like just inside, like the breeze is off of us, everything's great. And I noticed that there's a breaker box across from us. So I was like, okay, all right, that's fine. That's cool. Well, about 5 minutes in, it's getting harder and harder to breathe. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. And then it got to the point where I felt someone pushing on my chest where I couldn't breathe. And I was like, maybe it's the breaker box, because if it's not set up right, the EMF, the electrical magnetic field will cause those kind of sensations, can cause you to kind of hallucinate and feel different things. So I even asked my friend that was standing with me, and she was used to people touching her and everything. She actually thoroughly enjoyed it, and I asked her, it's like, hey, does it feel like someone's pushing on your chest? And she said, yes, not in a good way. And I was like, okay, maybe we need to leave. Maybe it's just a breaker box. Let's go out and do something else. So we go out and we walk around like for 45 minutes. And I was like, okay, we got cold again, so we came back inside. And sure enough, it started happening again. So I was like, okay, I'm thinking it's got to be the breaker box. So I was like, hey, I found my dad. He just got done with a tour or sending a group in and through. And I was like, hey, Dad, I need you to check out this breaker box. Because it's giving off, like, the EMF is way off, because it's kind of very, very hard to breathe over there.
How many people are on the tour? Like, you asked your friend and she felt that someone was pushing on her chest, not in a good way as well. Did anyone else feel that? Or how many people were on the tour?
Well, okay, so during that little spot, you're not there long enough. Like, it's like in a small hallway. So once you get through, like, doing their normal scare tactic actually in the OR, like, you had, like, Chainsaw Massacre, like, chainsaws and stuff, with no blades and everything, like, in the OR. So as soon as they get done with the OR, they brought them straight out this little side hallway, this little exit. So they're not really there that long. So no one else is going to notice it. But we were standing there for a long period of time. So we're thinking, okay, it's messing with us because we're just standing here. So I tell my dad. My dad's like, okay, yeah, I'll check it out, because no one else is going to stand right there for long periods of time like we did.
Yeah.
Well, the next morning, Dad went in to do something to help set up something. I think this happened on a Friday night. And they did the spook house Fridays and Saturdays through the month of October. Well, my dad goes in the next morning and he calls me. He goes, there's no power to this breaker box. And I'm like, are you sure? He goes, there's nothing coming off of it. So whatever was right there did not like me or my friend, and definitely didn't like us breathing.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was nothing, no electrical connectivity in that breaker box whatsoever.
No, there was no power to that.
Oh my goodness, so what she was feeling had nothing to do with that? Guys, that's actually spooky.
And my dad witnessed something there, and one of the other tour guides, or one of the scare actors witnessed something there. My dad saw shadow people. He recently told me that he thinks it was a shadow woman, because he thought it was very distinct. He saw someone. And he actually went and kind of sort of freaked out, because he saw someone dart from one of the actual rooms across the hall to a bolted and locked door, because there's still equipment in this whole hospital. And he saw somebody, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna go find these people, because they need not to be in those rooms. They need to be like actually going through the haunted house.
Right.
And when he gets up to the door, everything is still locked, everything is still good. And he's like, okay, what's going on? So he goes into the room across the hall, which is where one of the actors is at. And he goes, hey, where did that woman just go? And the kid, like, he was a young kid. He's like, what are you talking about? His dad's like, there was a woman that just left from here and went straight across the hall. Where did she go? And the guy's like, no one's come through in 10 minutes. Dad's like, okay, let me take a break. Let me stop doing what I'm doing. And then one of the other actors saw a woman in white. He was leaning against the wall, and they walked in and walked past him, like through the wall. So this place is actually haunted. This is in Alabama, by the way, guys.
Yeah, it's in Alabama. So someone was, Rudy was trying to guess the accent. Louisiana, close, Alabama. Maple Marie said that she has seen a shadow hat man several times in her previous apartment.
Ooh.
Queen Azaria, hi Queen.
I've heard so many stories about the shadow hat man. Like that's a recurring thing. For several people. Man? Yeah, so you have the women in white that are by highways, and then you have the shadow hat man. I don't know much about them, but I know that it's a common thing. But the woman in white, never pick up women on the side of the road in white, especially in wooded areas. Because 9 times out of 10, they are women who either drown their children or off themselves or something tragic. They did something to harm themselves or those around them. And that it is said that if you pick them up, because I know some of us are good Samaritans, if you pick them up, bad things will happen to you within the year.
Oh my God. Maple Marie said she saw a shadow hat man in her old apartment. A little karaoke action, because I feel like it would be so fitting for this. I'm gonna have to... Hi, Rotzamal. It's the routine.
Communicate in English easily.
Hold on.
Use Grammarly
I don't think
and
you guys
feel
can even...
confident with effective communication.
Can you hear this?
Grammarly's instant corrections make your writing high quality and mistake-free.
Yeah, you hear this
can
ad?
Focus on saying what...
I gotta get ad blocker on this one account. I have it on the other one. Okay, let's try this. Ready? Ma chérie, mademoiselle, it is with deepest pride and greatest pleasure that we welcome you tonight. And now we invite you to relax. Let us pull up a chair as the dining room proudly presents your dinner. Be our guest. Be our guest. Put our service to the test. Tie your napkin round your neck, chérie, and we'll provide the rest. Soup du jour, hot hors d'oeuvres, why we only live to serve. Try the great stuff, it's delicious. Don't believe me? Ask the dishes. They can sing, they can dance. After all, this is France, and the dinner here is never second best. Come on and fold your menu, take a glance, and then you'll be our guest. We are guest, be our guest. Beef ragout, cheese souffle, pie and pudding on flambe. We'll prepare and serve with flair and culinary cabaret. You're alone and you're scared, but the banquet's all prepared. No one's gloomy or complaining while the flatware's entertaining. We tell jokes, I do tricks with my fellow candlesticks, and it's perfect taste that you can bet. Come on and lift your glass. You've won your own free pass to be our guest. If you're stressed, it's fine dining we suggest. Be our guest, be our guest, be our guest. Aaron, thank you for the bits. So unnerving for a servant who's not serving. He's not whole without a soul to wait upon. Ah, those good old days when we were useful. Suddenly, those good old days are gone. 10 years we've been rusting, needing so much more than dusting, needing exercise, a chance to use our skills. Most days we just lay around the castle. Flappy, fat, and lazy. Thank you so much for a little PSL action. That one's only here for the fall. A lovely fall festive. And a special guest came in and popped his little snout in here. That would be the one, the only, Veggie Chubby. Sounds so dirty. The PSL action, a little dirty 400 calorie PSL action, Gertie. A little PSL action, dirty 400 calories, okay? Listen, chat, if you haven't had one, you need one. You need to be a dirty girl, dirty boy. Try a little pumpkin spice latte for the fall. But I feel like once you've had one, you've had them all, you know? They're not worth it. They are not worth it. But let's continue with the song, and then guys, please, anyone, pop into Discord, into the general chat, and I will drag you up, okay, for some spooky, scary ghost stories. Skiz. Facts, honestly. Bob Smith. Someone was asking earlier about Bob. Were they talking about you, Bob? They're saying, what about Bob? Thank you for the gift sub. Bob Smith, you are very, very welcome. Continue. Hello, Bob. Hello. Skiz. Hold on, Skiz. Hold on. Let me dust you guys. Dust the lens off a little bit. Okay. Hold on, guys. We were singing Be Our Guest, Skiz, because it's very fitting. I feel tickled. Woohoo. Tickled. You're feeling tickled. Woohoo. Okay, guys. Cheers. This is the Korean rice wine, makgeolli. Let's continue, guys. We're 3/4 of the way done of the song, and then we will do some spooky, scary ghost stories in Discord. Cheers, guys! Thank you for being here. Let's go. It's a guest. Sakes alive, then I'll be blessed. Wise been poured, and thank the Lord. I've got the napkins freshly breast with dessert. My dear, that's fine with me. While the cups do their soft shoeing, I'll be bubbling, I'll be brewing. I've got warm, piping hot. Heaven's sakes, such a spot. Clean it up. We want the company impressed. We've got a lot to do. Is that one lump or two? Be our guest. Be our guest, be our guest. Our command is your request. It's been years since we've had anybody here, and we're obsessed with our meal, with your ease. Yes, indeed, we aim to please. While the candlelight's still glowing, let us help you. We'll keep going. Course by course, one by one, until you shout, enough, I'm done. Then we'll sing you off to sleep as you digest. Tonight we'll pump your feet. Let's now leave it up your eat to be our guest. Be our guest. This is a fast song, guys. I need to slow this shit down. I love your eyes, Eric. Hey, long time no see, Eric. Welcome in. Woo, we did it. Oh man, that was a ditty and a half, but I night, and we've got a little veggie chubby here. He's here, my little boy. He's come back to me. Aaron, thank you for the bits. This is Vegas. He's my good boy. He's my goodest boy. Vivo was in heat last week, and I was nothing to the guy. Chopped liver. Mom, what? Get out of here, Mom. You're cramping my style. Okay? But he's come back to me. He's come back. My little boy has come back. I actually watched a marathon last night. John Wick marathon, and I had both of the pepperonis with me. They were both here. Gertie, thank you for the 20. Okay, hold on. Let me let Vegas out because he is crying. And then we will get back to our ghost stories. I feel like I should turn the light off. Do we want to set it a little bit like spookier? You know? Set the mood a little bit spooky. Let's get the music going as well. Spooky, yes. Yes, yes. Who has another spooky ghost story? Get in here, Schweeties. Whoever has a spooky ghost story. I have a piece of glitter and that's really gonna bother me. Sweetheart! Oh my gosh, I didn't know
Sweetback
you were
gifted
here!
5 subscriptions to
Usually
the
you
community.
you start off the stream with a bang.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Swede, welcome in Swede. Thank you for the 5. Thank you. I honestly didn't even know you're here because usually you always say your highs and your hellos at the very beginning of stream. But it's nice to know that you are here, Swede. Thank you so much for the 5, sweetheart. All right, guys, who has a spooky, scary ghost story to tell? You don't have to come on camera, okay? Lady Wanima broke the ice, and we had EDM Demon a little bit earlier. EDM was here, and he was dressed as a French maid. Just popped in. Ah, sweet! It's your signature. Your absolute signature, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 5. I have a Korean theme. I'm dressed as a French maid today, and there's a lot of like I made cafes in Korea and Japan as well. So I figured I would do drink my makgeolli, my Korean rice wine, and have these Korean snacks as well. These little, they look like rigatoni. Destructive mess. What is that destructive mess? I have no idea what that is. Probably South Korea. I doubt there's a lot of exports from North Korea. I've listened to some yeah, what is that? Wendigo. Okay, we have a guest who's going to be coming on and telling us a spooky, scary story. Aaron, thank you for the bits. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what a Wendigo is. Destructive mess? You know about Skinwalker Ranch? I do not. Maybe you can come on and tell us in the Discord. Exclamation Discord. I'll drag you up into a private channel. Hi, Sugar Cubes. Welcome in. Let's go. We've got someone. We've got someone. Cheers. Yeah, North Korea is very scary though. I've listened to a lot of podcasts from people who have been able to flee North Korea, and the stories they tell are not even human. The way that North Koreans are treated, they're treated worse than animals. It's terrible. I digress. Super spooky ghost stories. Okay, we're going to bring on, yeah, destructive mess. Absolutely, there are North Korean defectors. They go all over China, the U.S. A totalitarian dictatorship, yeah. Kim Jong-un. Okay. We ready for our next spooky, scary story of the evening? I'm excited. I'm ready for this, guys. Greetings and welcome in, Saturn Tour.
Hey, Anne?
Do you have a voice changer?
No, listen to me. For security and privacy reasons, I had to do this to conceal my voice. I hope you understand.
I understand. Listen, you do you. You do you, Saturn, okay?
Yeah, I just know that what I'm about to talk about might come back and...
Jetty Burley gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Oh my god, Saturn! Let's go! Gertie, thank you so much for the 10. Lady Wanima, thank you for gifting us up to Sugar Cubes. handing out that candy, handing out those subs like Halloween candy. Gertie, Lady Wanima, love you girls. Fucking love you girls. Oh my gosh, there seems to be like quite a story that will be evolving in the chat right now, okay? With Saturn Tour. He said that what he's about to disclose possibly could get back to him, so for privacy and confidentiality reasons, he must hide his voice, okay? I think the tea will be spilt here, chat. The tea will be spilt. So sorry to interrupt. No, not at all. Listen, Gertie, you can interrupt anytime. And same with you, Lady Wanima. Just tell me a spooky story, my dude. Saturn, please continue.
Well, it's hard to follow up Lady on her story like that. But when I was a little tyke, I remember Saturday night, kind of like tonight, just time to go to bed. And I was the kid that slept with the door open and the hallway light on. And yeah, so this is why I know it wasn't a dream, because I was going to sleep, and I'm laying there in bed trying to sleep and looking around the room, and I look at my door that's open, and all of a sudden I see this like silhouette that looked like Satan himself standing. Like the shadow, I see the silhouette on my door.
Wait. What did Satan himself look like, Saturn?
Looked like a big, muscly, ripped guy, maybe 7 feet tall.
Did he have horns?
Yes, horns like a bull that go left and right.
And a tail?
Well, no, all I saw was him standing in just a stance where his fists are made and resting on his hips. The scary thing was he was just standing there and not moving.
It was just a shadow, you said, right?
It was a shadow, yeah. I thought it might have been my dad.
But the 7 feet tall and the horns kind of, was a dead giveaway. It wasn't your dad, right?
Correct.
Okay, and how long was he standing there not moving?
Probably 5 minutes, and at that point I pulled the covers over my head.
Wow, that must have seemed like an absolute eternity. And you said the hallway light was on and your door was open, so there was a little light into the room, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
yeah, there was.
5 minutes.
I probably went to bed.
Did he make any noises, or was there what else? You pulled the covers up over your head, and next time you checked, and you peeped and pulled down the covers, was he still there?
After the 5 minutes, he was gone.
Disappeared as easily as he came in. He just disappeared. Poof.
Exactly. So you can see why I'm being careful here, cautious. I don't want him to come back.
Next call will be Satan himself to refute the accusations. You've got to be careful. Don't talk shit about Satan. He might come on next. Imagine we get Satan himself. He calls in. He says, "Listen." And now he sleeps with the light on. Saturn, is that true?
That's. Yeah, leave the kitchen light on. Yeah, there's a glow.
Kitchen light on. There's a glow.
No bedwetting incidents, so that's good. You made some progress.
Nothing recent, at least. Rickety Rexon, welcome in, Rickety Rexon. Oh my god. So, you know what's funny? I did sleep with the light on one time. I had a bad experience when I saw a dead body, and that night, every time I would close my eyes, I would see this dead body, like the face of the person, and I could not get this out of my head, and so I slept with the lights on that night. I was so scared. So, the glow from hell. Progress. See, no bedwetting. You're making progress. You're making progress, Saturn. So, yo, Pizza and Chill, welcome in.
Hopefully you can share something scary with us tonight too.
I will. Ballistic Wombat. Hi, welcome in, Ballistic. Did you casually kill someone? Ooh. I will. I will tell you guys a story. Okay. In a past life, chat, I was a funeral director. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. So I have seen my fair share of dead bodies, and we're not talking the dead bodies that are, you know, placed in a casket with their hands looking so peaceful, their eyes closed, and their mouth with a slight smile. Darth Mufasa! Risen up the chat here. Darth Mufasa, thank you so much for the bits. Welcome in, Darth. Nice to see you. So, but back to the spooky, scary stories. Panic, yes, panic ensues, Rec. I love scary stories. Pete, do you have any? Hop into my Discord. You can come on in the voice channel and tell your spooky, scary story. We're trying to do it for a nice, festive, Halloween festive situation. So, how's everyone doing tonight? We're doing great, Scott Monty. How are you doing? The song Satan came to him. The song Satan came to him singing. I bet you were the cheeriest funeral director ever. I had to get out of it, Saxman. I was too cheery, too happy, too bubbly. Okay? Fun fact. Go figure. Being a funeral director is pretty depressing. Working with dead people is pretty depressing. Yeah. So I really wasn't able to do it. I had to quit. I tried it. So in order to become, a funeral director, guys, Andrelius, hi Andrelius, welcome in. So, in order to become a funeral director, I had to do volunteer work at a funeral home. Just to make sure that you know what you're getting into, so to speak. So that you know what you're getting into. And so the funeral director, when I first started, said, "Hey, Anne, have you ever seen a dead body?" I said, "Yeah, I've been to so many funerals." He said, No, Anne, but like a dead body, when it's not all displayed, with the hands glued together and the mouth closed with a slight smile and the eyes closed. Like, have you seen a real dead body when it just comes in? I said, no. So he brought me down to the preparatory room, chat. The prep room. That's the tile with drains on the floor. So it's tile on the tiled floors, tiled walls, something that you can easily sanitize with bleach and wipe down. Okay? Very cold. Drains in the floor, and you've got metal tables with drains on the side of the tables, like little grooves, and that's for all of the liquid, the blood and everything, to when it drains down the table, it goes down the ditches, like the sides of the table, the grooves of it, and then goes down a tube on the table into the drain. So were the bodies gray? Yeah. So he brought me in. Ominous. Hi, Feister. Welcome in. You gotta be the life of the party. Slap, sneeze. Ouch, your knee slapper. It smells like pine. It smells like bleach. And amongst other things, error. Amongst other things. It's a good day if it smells like bleach in the prep room. You feel me? This is true story, guys. I truly was a funeral director. Anyway, okay, so I'll never forget the funeral director who brought me under his wing, and I had to do the volunteer work in order to get accepted to this program, the schooling. And I had to do, I think it was 20 hours of, volunteer work before I could apply for school. He brought me downstairs, there was a body laying on the table, the cold metal table, in this like really cold room with tiles on the walls and like a tiled floor. Still here, nice brew. I'm telling spooky, scary stories. Hi Nikos, welcome in, nice to see you. This is terrifying, but I feel accurate. Yeah. In my spare time, I also, the ghost of Christmas past. Santa. Santa, is it you? Okay. So, there was a body on the table. He unzipped the body bag. It was like a white plastic bag. Like a thick white plastic bag, okay. And this person who passed away at the hospital. It was a little old lady who passed away. I wasn't an assistant Skiz. I was a licensed funeral director in a past life, Skiz. I went to school for it. Fun fact. I never told you guys what I would do for my 9 to 5, did I, sweetie? Did I? No, my 9 to 5, my most recent 9 to 5, I got out of the industry. My most recent 9 to 5 was in real estate. But before that, I was a licensed funeral director. Yeah. So I've done a lot of embalmings, seen a lot of behind the scenes type of action. I kind of liked it. It was like CSI, right? It was very behind the scenes type of things you would see. Murders, suicides. I liked that whole behind the scenes stuff. Anyway, so he unzipped this body bag from a little old lady that passed away in the hospital. It was a thick white plastic body bag. And there's a tag on the body bag, like a sticker with the person's information, like their birthday, their name, you know, the hospital, all of that. And this is if someone passes away at a hospital. And then there'll be a toe tag. Like, it's usually not a tag. Usually it's a band. And they'll usually have an arm tag. So an arm tag is put on when the person is living at the hospital. You know, any patient at a hospital is given a plastic armband, you know, with their name, their information all on it. But when someone passes away at a hospital, they're given a tag that's put around their ankle. Same concept, but they're tagged as well. So, and her name was Hot and Streamy, born your birth date about 50 years earlier. Oh my goodness, that would be ridiculous. How did you shake off the day? Oh my, it was scary, Gertie. It was so scary. So anyways, he unzipped this poor old lady's body bag. She was a little Assyrian lady from Iraq. Anyways, that's all I'll say about her. I don't remember her name. Tiny little lady, very small. Very small. But chat, if you've never seen a dead body before, they don't come in looking happy and peaceful with their arms crossed. Okay, I'll tell you that. They look, usually their mouth is open. Depends how they die. But yeah, her eyes were open, her mouth was open. She had a look like, if I could maybe try to, you know, replicate the look. Yeah, Gertie, they do. They have scared faces. If I could replicate the look of this sweet little old lady, okay, she looked like this. Imagine, that's what she looked like. Her eyes were open, like her mouth was open, kind of half crooked. Gertie, is this scary? Because
10 subscriptions.
Thank you, Gertie, for the 10. For the 10 gifted, Gertie. I hope this isn't too scary for you guys. I know it is October. I know it's Halloween. I know I don't talk about my past careers much. But yeah, that's the look on her face, Gertie. Thank you. You gotta stop, girl. You're killing me. In the best way possible. Thank you, Gertie. How can I ever thank you for all the love? All the freaking love, Gertie. 345 this month, Gertie. That's insane to me. That is absolutely insane. Gertie, Thank you. Saying it just isn't enough, you know? There's no other way. There's no other way. We'll have to have a beer together one of these days, Gertie. We'll have to have a beer or something, you know? But thank you, Gertie. Thank you. So it's so creepy, but then I love that you did her facial expression. That's what I don't want to see. A face of terror. Yikes. Yeah, it's a good story. Okay, good. I hope I'm not scaring you guys. If it's too scary, please let me know and I will change it, okay? I'll try to tone it down a bit. I'm just honestly speaking the truth. So didn't they close them? Yeah, so this is what a body looks like when it first comes in before you do the, embalming. Usually for an open casket, you will have to do an embalming, right? An embalming is basically removing all of the blood out of a body and sterilizing the body. The body becomes 99.7% sterile of all bacteria and stuff. So your body is actually cleaner after it's embalmed than when it was living. You have less bacteria in your body after an embalming is done. And usually for an open casket, a lot of funeral homes have a policy of requiring the body to be embalmed. So I'm talking about a body when it first comes in, when it comes in from the hospital, and when you open the bag and you have to do an embalming on the body. So I watched an embalming that night. It was late. Usually embalmings happen late at night after visiting hours are over. It was probably 9:30, 10 p.m. It was quiet. There was nobody in the funeral home. I was in the basement in this cold, sterile room. First time chatter, Harma. Welcome in, Harma. Aw, Gertie got you with a gift sub. She tends to do that around here, Harma. Hope you're well, sweetie, and I hope you're not scared of spooky stories. Thank you, friends in Toronto. You're very welcome. You got a gift sub as well, Labatt. I believe you're from Quebec, if I'm not mistaken. So you're very, very welcome. So, you can stand the heat, get out of the funeral home. Absolutely. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Did it make a lot of sounds? The body? Yeah, so bodies will fart. That's actually a normal, that's just gas passing through. So bodies will actually fart. Absolutely. That's normal. They will pass gas, especially when you're doing an embalming and removing the gases from. So your intestines are the dirtiest part of your body, right? That's where fecal matter is stored and everything. So this is really an area that has to be cleaned really, really well. And when you're doing that, all of that cleaning and removing the fecal matter and all of the other bacteria in the intestines, in the lower abdomen, you'll notice a lot of you'll smell smells like poopy smells. You'll smell poopy smells and you'll hear farting and things of this nature. Anyways, so the lady, body bag unzipped. I see her face. Looked like that. She had a terrified look on her face. I pronounce it properly because I am from Toronto. And I fart all the time. Am I dead? Can I see me? I see dead people. You're hilarious, Gertie. Does it smell? Yeah, it does. The prep room has a smell unlike anything you can ever envision. And even I will smell like the prep room afterward too. And some are body ready. Oh yeah. Sith, welcome in. I used to poopy smells. I fart all the time. I'm used to poopy smells. I fart all the time. I imagine the smell of death. Yeah, but that's not a decay. Usually the bodies that come in are rotted and decayed and they don't have tissue gas, so they don't have that smell. It doesn't have that smell. But a lot of the time people who pass away might not be the cleanest. They might not have showered they've been sick. A lot of the time people, either it's been sudden or it's been chronic, and so they haven't been able to clean themselves and shower for a long period of time. So they might have body odors like stinky BO and things of that nature. It's not a smell of a death or decaying body. Not usually. That's not usually the smell that you would smell in a prep room. Usually if a body has been decayed, there's no embalming that you can do. If their vessels are not intact, then you can't really embalm a body that is too far gone. if that makes any sense. So a preparatory room usually doesn't smell like that. So, anyways, that night, I saw, oh God, that night, I saw my first embalming. There was a lot of blood on that table. So usually an incision is made in the carotid artery, the collarbone. Usually you'll put it on just below the collarbone, but the carotid artery, you can access it actually above the collarbone, but the incision is usually made below the collarbone, and people are usually asked to wear like a suit with a high neck, or they wear a dress with like a high neck, and you can hide the incision just with some clothing that sits above it, the incision. So you can usually make the incision like right here, the carotid artery is accessed, and you can access that, it sits right here. So there's a lot of blood in a body, and when a body is cold, that blood will coagulate. And you guys, I can't believe you guys are so into this, into all of this like funeral director talk and everything like that. But cheers to that, guys. Cheers to that. So I didn't think of that. Yeah, I didn't imagine personal hygiene to be a factor. Yes, Rack. Usually people who are sick don't really have a lot of time to, they have time, but they don't feel like cleaning themselves, or they're too sick to wash themselves, right? So, Master Meatball? So, I'll take a rain check. I'm a man of science. I'm freaking out, but also loving it. Cheers, Gertie. You can smell when someone is really sick. Destructive mess. See? There you go. Anyone up for hot dogs with ketchup? Ahoy, Master Meatball. Can't dogs smell it too? Probably. When you started streaming, did you have a different username? Nope, I've had the same username the entire time I've been streaming. I've never changed it, Nikos. So, let's continue on with the story. So, that night I witnessed my first embalming. The incision was made just below the collarbone, and the carotid artery was accessed here. And basically, you use a machine, and it's pressurized, and it's actually pressurized to replicate a heart. So it has pulses just like a regular heart would have, and you can turn up the PSI, or the pounds per square inch, on this machine, and it has a pulsing mechanism because your body is used to that regular pulsing mechanism, right? So it's like a pulsing mechanism, and basically you push in formaldehyde, which is carcinogenic, and other preserving fluids into the body, and you push out all of the blood. And so all of the blood will kind of like just pour out and run down the indentations on the side of the table, and then go down. It's elevated. The table is always elevated. So, and usually there's a neck prop as well. So the neck, there's like there's a thing for your head to prop up on. So you put the head up, prop it up on like a little rest, a headrest. And the whole table is kind of elevated, and then so the blood will sort of just run down due to gravity and down the table into the drain in the floor. And fun fact, guys, you really want to get grossed out? Where do you think all that blood goes? Do you think it's stored and treated? No, it's not. Chat, all of those liquids and blood and everything goes down into sewage. Yeah, the water, guys, it goes into the sewer. Nope, not toxic waste, Ballistic. It all goes to the sewer. Yeah. So, it's all hydraulics for us civil engineers. Toxic waste? Nope. It's what surgeons drink. What, formaldehyde? Gross. Yeah, all of that biohazardous waste goes down the sewer, guys, and it gets treated at the water filtration facilities. So no, they do not have a septic tank. Nope, it goes down. Definitely does not. So to the waste treatment facility, correct. To the waste treatment facility it goes. Okay, and it's just filtered. Yeah. So trust no one right? It goes to Washington, D.C. for vampires to drink. Well, I hope vampire gets me and drains my blood so it doesn't end up in the sewer. Yeah, so isn't that crazy that all of your blood and everything just ends up down the drain into the sewer? Anyways, so yeah, I watched my first embalming. There was a lot of blood, chat. When I say a lot, and it's all cold and kind of coagulated. So it's thick blood because it's cold at that point. Usually, you know, the bodies that are taken from the hospital have been in a refrigeration system, so they're cold, right? So the blood is like thick and slow to run down, and like there are clots. Yes, the protein will get cold and clot. So there's big clots that come out of the body, and actually you have to remove those clots as a funeral director, because if you have a clot, let's say that clot is blocking the person's arm, that entire arm would not be treated if there's a clot that's blocking it. So their arm and their hand could go bad. And you can tell if the body's being treated properly or not because there's actually tints and color that you put in the formaldehyde. So it gives the person a rosy glow like they're alive. So you'll know a color, you'll see a color difference from just that pale gray color to like a rosy glow. So you'll see if that arm doesn't have a lot of like color and it's still like gray, you know that there's something wrong and you have to like push. There's a lot of massage. You use soap and massage all the clots. Hopefully all of the clots come out, and you use these long angled forceps. So like tweezers on an angle, and you pull out the clots. And they can be so long, and they will be like, you know, your aorta with like the large vessels, and then you have like little veins and capillaries that stem off of that as well. So some of these clots that come out, guys, they look like a Christmas tree. Imagine like a Christmas tree, like thicker, and then the veins, the venules, and the capillaries after that, right? So they kind of resemble a Christmas tree. That was actually very satisfying to pull those big clots out, because if you were into like pimple popping or something like that, when you get a good clot, it's extremely satisfying, because that is a funeral director's like worst nightmare. That's an enemy, right? That will prevent a body from being properly preserved if there's a big clot. So you really have to pull all of those clots out and get everything out. Some bodies have more clots than others depending on the medication they were on. Let's say they were on blood thinners before they passed away. Most likely they won't have a lot of clots, right? So that varies person to person. Some people have so many clots in their body, and that's another fun fact, chat. Why do I have a Windows update right now? I am not restarting now. Okay, I'm closing that update. So another reason, you like popping zits, don't you? I love to. Destructive. Yes. Oh my god, my heart. Speaking of hearts, Ballistic Wombat, this is the reason why I don't eat deep fried food. Because I know what's in the body. I know what your arteries can look like if you eat deep fried foods and saturated fats and have hardened arteries and sclerosis of your arteries. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Imagine like crunchy arteries from all of the plaque, you know, and then so like the plaque just kind of fills like your arteries all surrounding it, and then you barely have any room for the blood to flow through because it's all just fat and plaque that like late. So I don't eat deep fried food because of that. It literally scarred me for life, just looking to see people's internal vessels, and it's gross. That is gross to me, in my opinion. Like, so yeah, fun fact why I try not to eat a lot of deep fried food, guys, because you don't want trans fat, you don't want saturated fats, you want to try to keep all the healthy fats. Don't imagine popping bubble wrap. I get that. I see it live. What do you see live, Gertie? What do you see live? So Clot pulling ASMR. Right. Yikes, don't imagine popping bubble wrap. Knowing all this, I will go die in the woods in Colorado. Fair. That is fair, Master Meatball. Now I'm scared. Bedtime. I hope those are some spooky, scary stories. Hawker, have a good night. And I know it's your birthday tomorrow at midnight, so I will wish you a happy birthday tomorrow, Hawker. Arterial sclerosis is a real thing, Harma, and it has scared the bejesus out of me. Okay? And I try not to eat a lot of deep fried foods because of that. Never eating deep fried again. I'm telling you, Verdi. It is horrible. I've seen skinny people on the outside, and inside, their bodies are just falling apart because they eat crap. They eat shitty food. So, it's beautiful. New diet trend. Follow a funeral director around for a day. Well, that'll make you lose 10 pounds. What made you want to be a funeral director? Error. I'll get into that another time. Hi, Blanco. Welcome in. I just ate fried fish for dinner and mac and cheese. My poor veins and my tongue are quite... My veins are not happy, but your tongue is happy. Yeah, I can feel that. To see the clots and fat for real. Right. Not even water, just dirt. Ooh, we have a caller. I should bring a caller in. So guys, hold that thought. Now that you know that I was a licensed funeral director in a past life. I have a lot of stories. Okay? And that is just one of them, the story of my first ever embalming that I witnessed. And I had to sleep with the light on that night, chat. Because all I could see in my head, every time I closed my eyes, was that. Okay, that lady. Toke! My wife wanted to do that job too. Welcome in, Toke. Toke, Major Jerkface. Hello, Major Jerkface. Vegatron! Hi, Vegatron. Okay. We're going to bring in... We have another scary story to tell. Are you guys ready for this, chat? The farting lady with the scary face. Yeah, exactly, Saxman. I'll never forget her face. I will never forget that lady's face, man. It's crazy. Forever etched in my brain. Okay, so let's bring in our next guest, guys, by the way, guys, exclamation Discord if you have a spooky, scary story that you want to tell for the October times for Halloween. Please join my Discord, hop in the general chat, and I will drag you into the private channel so you can tell your story here on stream, okay? Did you have nightmares after work? I think I did sleep with the lights on that night. I don't know if I quote-unquote had nightmares, but it's something, Gertie, that will always stay with me. There's certain cases, Gertie, there are certain cases that will always stay with me. Very memorable ones that I will never forget. And I can tell you guys a little bit about, I've seen murders, suicides, like, you name it, I've seen it. Decapitations, you name it, guys. That's the part where, after a point, you become desensitized and it doesn't become scary anymore, right? So, yeah, at that point, it doesn't become scary, but the first one popped my funeral director cherry, and I felt nauseous, actually, when I saw all the blood draining down the table. There's a few liters of blood, right? And all the clots, and I had to excuse myself and go to the other room and sit down for 5 minutes because I did feel a little nauseous. And I'm not even woozy. I don't get scared of blood. I don't get scared of that type of stuff. But the first one was such a shock and such an ordeal that I actually did have to step away for 5 minutes and go, relax. Was there anything good that stayed with you? Oh, absolutely, Blanco. Absolutely there was. Very rewarding industry to get into. The heartfelt letters and the thank yous that you get from the families, very rewarding. Of course you did. I'm weird about downloading new apps. Beckett, not a bad time at all. We're talking about spooky, scary stories for Halloween. I just told a spooky, scary story. We have Banana in the queue. Going to be coming in and telling a spooky, scary story next on Discord, guys. Anyone wants to pop in, join my general chat in the Discord, and I will drag you into the private channel. Guys, Banana, I see you there. I'm going to get to you momentarily. Please, everybody, hang tight. We have another spooky, scary on deck. Spooky, scary on deck? Spooky story on deck. I do have to use the ladies' room. I have to tinkle. The scariest part about being a funeral director, guys, is eat healthy. Eat healthy because you don't know that fat is going somewhere. It might not be going to your hips. Okay? It might not be going to your hips, but I guarantee you it's going somewhere. And take fish oils every day. Every day. Room, guys. Just have to use the ladies' room.
Oh, would you look at this? Gosh, just look at it.
Here comes Halloween, here comes Halloween, 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 Halloween.
Are you serious? I'm back, guys. Thank you, Gertie. What did I miss? A little Vegas got in here and closed the door on himself. Okay, so that's one thing. When I came in, he was stuck in here. So a little ghost entered the room and got stuck. Okay. So, MC Easy, thank you for the lurk. Physical reaction. Oh my.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay, shall we? Okay, shall we get into our next caller? Spaz Dog, hey, welcome in. How are you, Spaz Dog? Banana. Okay. our next caller for our spooky, scary stories. Okay, now Vegas has to go out. Give me 1 second, guys, really quickly. Okay, go. Thank you. Okay. Let's get into it. Greetings and welcome in, Banana.
Welcome in.
Welcome
hello,
in.
hello.
How are you, Banana?
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hi, Banana.
Hi, hi.
Hi. Sar, hi. How are you doing tonight?
Doing good.
Banana,
So-
are you from Germany?
Austria.
Austria.
Below Germany. So, my English is not that good.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. I can hear an accent, but your pronunciation is very good.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So I have a little story, not really a scary, but like a horror story for me.
Okay.
So I was on vacation, Cyprus, with my friends. So I have to mention all of my friends, all males, all big, I don't know, 6 foot, I don't know. And we went to a club, and in the club
So
we
how old were you when you went to Cyprus?
24.
24. Okay.
Yeah.
Brew crew. 1 second, Banana. Una momento. Por
Crew
favor.
underscore crew underscore
Let's put a
gaming
little
gifted
shrimp
5
on the barbie.
subscriptions to the community.
2, 3, 4, 5. Brew crew. Thank you for the 5 gifted brew. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying these spooky, scary stories, Brew crew. I appreciate you. Brew. Okay, sorry to interrupt. Banana, 24 years old, on a trip with your friends to Cyprus, which is it's close to Greece, right? It's an island?
Greece and Turkey. It's an island between Greece and Turkey, yeah.
Okay.
We went to a club. There is you get there a balloon with I don't know how you call it in English, like laughing gas, nitrous oxide. You know that?
Laughing gas, nitrous oxide.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay,
that's
like
legal
when you go
there.
to the dentist and you have to get a cavity.
Yeah,
they give you laughing gas?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's totally legal there. So you get the balloon and drink some beer. So nothing special. And the balloon, the gas inside smells like, I think like strawberry. And we drank like 1 beer, and we went into the club. And in the club, it also smells like strawberry.
Oh.
So we danced a little. Nothing special. We drank like 1 beer. Nothing too much. Not too much. Not too just 1 beer. And we went to dance in a club. And suddenly we went outside. 3 of my friends, and I went down the street, and I couldn't see nothing, or I couldn't see something. So my vision
your
was
vision was all blurry.
my vision was super blurry. So I had my phone in my hand, and I didn't see my phone. And I had like 1 beer, and I
Were
didn't
you
see my
watching
phone.
your beer the whole time, Banana?
Yeah.
You were watching it the whole time. You
Yeah.
didn't leave it on the counter. Okay.
No.
Okay.
And I lost my friends. We were three people, 3 of my friends, and I lost everyone. I went down the street. I didn't see nothing. It was like I was blind. I didn't see the street. I didn't see I didn't see nothing.
That's so scary.
And then someone, an older like man, spoke to me, and he offered me to bring me to my hotel. And I thought this was a taxi driver, so I didn't know what happened. I was all blurry and I was all dizzy.
And you were alone. Your friends were like in the club still?
I don't know where my friends were.
Okay.
I didn't even know. I lost everyone. I didn't see my phone, so I tried to text them, but I didn't see. I didn't see my phone.
You can't even see the writing on the phone, so you can't.
I tried. No, nothing. So I spoke to the older guy, and he offered me to ride to my hotel. I knew the hotel's name, so I'm a guy. I'm 6'2". I'm not that skinny. So if this happens to a girl,
yeah,
that's a scary thing. Yeah, I know. I went with the guy, and he drove. I went to the car with this guy. I didn't see if it has a taxi sign on it or something else. So
okay.
I went with him because I didn't know what happened.
Okay.
I was all dizzy and yeah, and in this taxi there were 3 people.
There was three other people in the taxi?
3 other people, yeah.
Like so the driver, passenger, and one person in
Yeah.
the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 person beside me.
That's a red flag.
Next to me. Yeah, that's absolutely a red flag. But I didn't know what happened at the time. So I was so dizzy, and I only had 1 beer. I know what it feels like if you're drunk, if you had too much or something else. But that I didn't know what happened, and I just want to go home. And yeah, I woke up on the street. I had no money,
So
no
wait, he
mobile
robbed
phone.
you? He robbed you?
They all robbed me.
Oh my god!
Yeah. They all robbed me. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't know what happened. In this, I went in the club for like 5 minutes. It was all in the air, like little strawberry. It smelled good. It was funny. So we danced. It was cool. But I don't know what happened afterwards.
So when you got in the car, you blacked out. You don't remember what happened after that. You just woke up on the road. Just woke up on the street.
I woke up in the middle of Cyprus on vacation. No money, no mobile phone. No, I had nothing in my bags. So I had absolutely nothing.
You are very lucky to be okay. Also, how did your butt feel after that? In the morning, did your butt feel okay?
Awful. No, I my whole body felt awful.
Okay, but I mean, you woke up, you had 2 kidneys. You didn't have any scars.
I have all my kidneys, all my lungs. I have everything.
Okay. And your butt didn't hurt too much.
No.
Okay, so you're lucky in that sense. You're very lucky. Like, if that was a lady, Like seriously though, all joking aside.
If that was a lady, if this was a girl or someone, that's scary. That's a scary story. If this, I don't know what happened with the girl.
Well, you unfortunately got robbed. The girl, a female may have gotten robbed and then, raped as well. Yeah. On top of that, right?
That's a scary story.
That is scary.
That's scary.
That is scary that you. I don't know if it was the club that did it or these people put something in your drink and then followed you out and.
I think the club did it. The whole club. It was a street full of clubs. So had one club after another. It was a vacation hotspot. All it and it was like you get the people to drink there, so I don't know how to say it, but it was in the ventilation in the
You think the entire club was drugging people?
Yeah.
It wasn't just putting something in your drink.
No, it was in the air. So the ventilation.
Yeah, Beckett. Talk about a tourist trap. Talk about a tourist trap indeed, Beckett.
It all smelled like this balloon.
Yeah.
So like this like this laughing gas. We'd like to try and the whole club smells like that. It's yeah.
Well, you're very lucky that you're okay. Also, that they didn't take you to your hotel room and go into your hotel and possibly rob your passport, all of your money, your camera, everything that you brought. So, also kind of lucky in that sense as well that they didn't actually take you to your hotel room and rob you completely blind.
Yeah.
So.
That's what.
But yeah, sorry to hear that happened to you. This is a real life scary story. And you are a 24-year-old big, strong man in Cyprus, and it can happen to anybody, right?
Yeah, that's the scary part. It could happen to anyone. It's a tourist hotspot. Girls go there, girl groups go there, men groups go there, and we were like, we were all men, so all big men, like 6'2", I think, American. So yeah, if it happens to girls, that's the scary part.
Eris says, "Where is this place? I want to go." It's in Cyprus.
It's in Cyprus. It's in. Wait a second. It's in the party. Party.
Maple, you missed the story? Well, someone got drugged and robbed blind. Banana did in Cyprus when he went on vacation with his friends. Scary. It can happen to anybody. Guys, the Discord is open if anyone wants to hop in to the Discord general chat to tell a scary story for the month of October. Please do. Thank you, Saturn. Did he get hurt? No, he's very lucky, Maple. He did not get hurt. He's not missing any kidneys. His butt didn't. His bum was okay. Okay. So he's okay in that sense. He was just robbed. His cell phone was stolen. His money was stolen. So.
Like it was in Ayia Napa.
Ayia Napa. Okay.
Ayia Napa it's a hotspot for a party in Europe. Like it's really beautiful. You have beautiful beaches and blue water, so it's not that bad. So yeah, but the club was, I don't know. I haven't felt this like, in years. So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you're still here with us, and just be very cautious where you go. That's all you can do, right? Just be very, very vigilant next time. So, Banana, thank you for coming on and sharing your story with us. I really appreciate that. And our first ever scary story Discord calls. I appreciate that, Banana. So,
bye-bye.
Bye, Banana. See you in chat. Alright, guys, that was Banana telling his scary stories. So Beckett says, thank you, Uncle All-Star. I just stopped by to hear some scary stories. Hello, everyone. Welcome in, first-time chatter. Thanks for the follow earlier as well. If anyone wants to hop into the Discord, we are sharing scary stories. If you have any haunted stories, any stories where you were almost kidnapped or abducted, any I see dead people stories, anything slightly remotely scary for a Saturday night. Ooh, big time Halloween lover here. Nice, Uncle All-Star. I would say it's my second favorite holiday next to Christmas. Right, Becca, we are glad that Banana is okay. Man, you shy, Maple? Come on. You're not shy. I'm from Chicago. Do you guys know the story of the Resurrection Mary? I don't know. Maybe you can hop into the Discord and tell us. There's a spot right now for somebody. That's true, Becca. You do not have to say who you are. It could be an anonymous caller. We would never know. I'm lame and I don't know how. Are you familiar with Discord? You just click the link, join the Discord. There's different channels. You'll see a general channel. You double click and pop into the channel, and I'll drag you up into the private spooky story channel so you can tell your spooky story. Not really sorry. Oh no, Uncle All-Star. Okay, no worries. Saturn says to Maple, I barely know you. I will one day. Well, the scary stories are probably only happening for the month of October, during spooky season. Can I tell a story quick in here? Uncle All-Star, you can, but I mean, ideally, if we could have, we're trying to do, we're doing spooky stories in for the callers right now. But go ahead, Uncle All-Star. I'm sure the viewers will read it. BRB, okay, Becca. Oh no, he's gonna try. I get weird and giggly. Oh, that's okay. Are you gonna try out Discord? Sure, come hop into general and I'll drag you in. We want to hear your voice. It's easier to tell a story with your voice, I think. So what just happened with Banana was so unique. You think so, Rudy? I think it happens more often than we know. More often than we know. Yes. Yes, Saturday. I will be doing this next Saturday as well. I wish I knew scary stories. Thanks for the comments. Sorry, your English was amazing, Banana. Your English was great. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for having the guts to tell that scary, spooky story. Prost. Not Larry King, but the interview. That was the wrinkle. Yeah, see? Saxman said it best. We understood you perfectly. Okay. In the meantime, as I'm waiting for Uncle All-Star to pop into the general chat, you have to pop into the channel, okay? Uncle All-Star, like double-click the general channel. It's a voice. You'll see a little microphone with little... Not a microphone, a speaker. Anyway. These are so good. As we're waiting for Uncle All-Star to pop in, I will continue on with my spooky, scary, I see dead people stories. So, that was the first night that I saw a dead person, and I saw an embalming take place. Yes, I absolutely did sleep with the light on that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could not get this lady's facial expression out of my mind. And then when she was on the embalming table with all of her blood running down the table, it was disgusting. I felt so nauseous I had to leave. But it got better after that point. I was able to see dead people on the table and not get too weirded out and freaked out. So, after that point, I actually got accepted into the funeral director's school, and I went to the school for it. The weirdest thing I've ever seen was probably a girl who was decapitated. She laid on the subway tracks with her neck out and got run over by a train. So, no bueno. I do have a Discord now. I'll try to figure it out next Saturday. Oh, okay. No worries, Uncle All-Star. And with the embalmment process, do they have to break bones to make limbs line up to be presented? Usually you do not have to break any bones to do that. No, I would say usually no. Unless someone maybe had a bone broken when they passed away, and then you have to kind of pop it and break it back into place. So, you see some shit. So this girl who had her head decapitated off of her body, that she wanted to, end her life. She wanted to end her life. She laid down on the TTC, the Toronto Transit Commission, the subway here in Toronto, and she waited for the train. She did not get electrocuted. No. She wanted to make sure that the train ran over her neck and decapitated her. And at that point, it was like putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. We needed to make a spinal cord for that girl, for her head to sit back on it. That's commitment. So, in true Canadian spirit, we used a hockey stick, chat. A hockey stick. And put it down her spinal column and placed her head back on. And that's what we did. True story. No way. I was thinking 3D printing. I'm going to need a positive story after this. Just great. Are you scared? We're doing spooky, scary stories on this late Saturday night. That's what her parents would have wanted. Actually, Rudy, it's what they would have wanted, because she was an international student from China. Her parents had to get visas and come over for the funeral. It took them about a week and a half to 2 weeks to get here for the funeral. So she had to be, and they wanted an open casket. As you can probably tell, it was pretty sudden. When she left them, her head was fully attached onto her body. So they wanted to have an open casket and say their goodbyes for closure. A lot of the time, if it's not an open casket, a lot of people, it's a big mindfuck. People don't realize that, like they know the person's in there, but they don't know. They want to see the person. Seeing is believing a lot of the time. So, seeing is believing. Had to wear a scarf. So yes, actually her family wrote the nicest heartfelt letter to thank everybody for all of the hours, probably hundreds of hours of work that they put into fixing her. So, or a large ascot. He had to wear a scarf. Good thing you didn't use double hockey sticks. Hi, Shucky. Are you into gory stuff? Yes, Shucky, I'm not scared of... This is probably one reason, guys, why I'm not really scared of horror movies and all of that. Like, I don't find that horrifying at all. I don't really like scary movies. Fun fact, guys, I'm not into it. It doesn't do anything for me. Oh man, my grandparents were both cremated, and yeah, same thing, no body at the funeral. I joke they're just out drinking on the boat somewhere now. Spaz Dog, that's a real issue. Like, if you didn't see them, if you didn't see your grandparents to say your final goodbyes, then deep down it's really hard for you to accept that they are fully gone. So that's why open caskets are really, it's not for the deceased. The deceased is already dead and gone. Why people have open caskets is for the living, for closure, or to help people accept and grieve the grieving process and accept the death. So funerals are for the living anyway. Rudy, exactly. Yes. So that's what it's all about. It's about making the living happy. It's about helping the living through the grieving process. Facts, right? And so that's why that girl who passed away, whose head was, she was decapitated, her family wrote us the nicest letter. They were so happy and so grateful. They realized it was a lot of work. Like, we're talking, we did wax work. It was all wax and cosmetics to reconstruct her jaw. Like, it was hundreds of hours of work to do that, to work on her and put her back, put Humpty Dumpty back together again, so to speak. So, House of Wax hard, yeah. But that was probably the most interesting case I've ever seen. Quite interesting. So, we have another caller. She didn't miss the train. No, she didn't miss that train. No. I definitely accept it. It's just fun to joke about it because of the whole no body thing. Right. We have another scary story coming up. I love it. Guys, 1 hour to go. So, if you want to join the Discord and tell your scary story, there's still time. We do have someone waiting in the queue right now. I'm currently eating very spicy Korean snacks and drinking Korean makgeolli. You love the creepy music? Thank you. I like it. It's setting the mood. This is called makgeolli. It has actually, like, yes, it's South Korean. It has rice in it, so it looks milky. That's just the rice. So cheers. Going by. Beckett says, I was at a wake last Friday for my coworker's father who passed. I still get scared walking up to the body. Yeah, if you're not used to it, Beckett, it's definitely a scary thing. You're not, you normally don't see a dead body in a room all of the time, so it can be very, very scary. It's alcoholic rice milk. Exactly, just great. That's what it reminds me of too. I like that the bottle tells you how to open it. Ah, you like that, Rudy? You might be half drunk. So it's not telling you how to open it. It's telling you there's a lot of sediment in it, and so it's saying to shake it. But it's carbonated, so be very careful. Because there is like the sediment on the bottom, but to shake it as well. Okay. But seeing a natural dead body versus post-embalmment, oh, night and day. Night and day, Saturn. Yeah. Okay, let's bring on our next guest. We have Retro Man waiting backstage, ready to tell us his spooky, scary story for the month of October. I don't like it. It freaks me out. Beckett, fair enough. Fair enough. Right. Welcome back, Gertie. Reason why we see shadow people in 3D is because the fourth dimensional being cast 3D shadows. Just great. You should come on and tell us about that. Tell us all about that. Rudy likes that concept. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you. Zelda song. Steve. Hi, Steve Level. I worked in a cemetery for 5 years. I buried cremated remains in caskets. Steve, I worked at a cemetery for 1 summer. I cut the grass and watered the plants and stuff, and I also helped with burials. That was actually one of my favorite jobs. It was so chill. I rode a tractor, and I pulled like water, a big like water wagon on the back of it, and I would water flowers, string trim. Like it was fun. They let me do my own thing. That was one of my best bosses ever. They let me just do my own thing. I loved it. So, anyway. Hi, BBC. Hello and good afternoon. Wow, I have nothing to say as your beauty has me lost for words and your eyes and smile take my breath away. I am having a great weekend, BBC. Thank you for stopping in and saying those nice, kind words, BBC. I appreciate that. Hi, Cars. I've heard this from many people working at the graveyard. It is very chill and good work. Honestly, it was one of my favorite. Again, it was just a summer job. I was in high school at the time. It was just a summer job, but it was really chill. No pays dick, but it was nice. Yeah. Yes, working at the cemetery was good people, very chill, does not pay well. Yeah. Anyway, I needed a certain amount of like volunteer, or not volunteer, but certain hours worked. So I had to do something in the industry. Car, Gertie gifted you a sub? That's awesome, Car. Okay. By the way, Car, am I pronouncing your name properly? Can I just call you Car? I hope so. Where are you from, anyways? Where are you from, Steve Level and Car? Cheers, guys. Happy, spooky, scary story Saturdays. I used to beeline to my friend's house through the cemetery, sometimes at night. I ran. Have you ever heard of the Appalachian Mountains? I've never heard go out at night in the Appalachian Mountains. Never. Never. Carzy. Is how it sounds. Carzy. Where are you from, Carzy? Welcome in. Nice to have you here. I've never had a chill job other than working at a golf course in high school. Washing cards and dealing with old golfers. See, destructiveness? That sounds very similar to working at a cemetery on the grounds. Just driving around, watering flowers, watering sod. You know, they're laying grass all the time. It's pretty chill, not gonna lie. I had a good time. Okay. Deliverance. Ooh. Can only imagine. What's the line? Squeal like a pig. Oh God. We buried 630 people, unclaimed remains, in one grave one day? I'm in BC. Steve Level, I'm in Ontario. That's like a mass grave. unclaimed remains, those are people that disappeared or died and ended up in the coroner's office and they didn't have any family. 630, they put them all in a mass grave? That's crazy. I didn't know that happened. I didn't know that happened like that. Wow. They do that in New York. So unclaimed remains, they'll just bury them all in one massive grave. Wow. That I didn't know. Okay. Let's bring on our next guest, Retro Man. I'm just great, yeah. It's called Heart Island. Just constantly dodging. It's gotta be a haunted spot. Okay. Hi, Retro.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, Retro Man. Nice to have you here on this spooky Saturday night.
So, would you want to hear my story?
I would love to hear your story, Retro.
Would you want to hear my story?
Can you just mute your tab, though, for me, please?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, just a sec. Yeah, sure. Mute. Yeah, okay, just a sec. Oh, then I can't hear.
Is that a naughty maid outfit?
It is a naughty maid outfit, Underworld. Welcome in. So, Retro, we're hearing an echo, so if you just talk to us in Discord and you mute the Twitch tab, that should solve everything.
Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah, I read you. Yeah, I should have done that earlier. My bad.
Okay. That's okay. So, Underworld, thank you for the bits. Here, I think I see the lens needs a little dusting here. Hope I'm not tickling your nose. A little French tickler action. Thank you, Underworld, for the bits. Were you
so how do I mute this?
Okay, so you have the tab for that you're watching on Twitch?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the bottom left, there's a play button and there's a sound button. You're gonna just click that sound button and it will mute it.
Sorry. Like that?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right.
Why didn't I think of that? Anyway, back to my act here.
Okay, let's get back to our spooky stories.
Do you remember Joe Flaherty on Second City doing the whole Dracula thing? You're like, ooh, scary stuff. Probably saw it in reruns, right?
I do. Hi, Live Alex, welcome in.
Yeah. Anyway, cut to the chase. In a previous life, I was an actor, and this is like I was a kid at the time. I was in my prenatal period. This goes back to the 70s sometime, let's say. And I was in this summer theater called London Youth Theater, and we were putting this together, this whole compilation of musical numbers, poetry, and stuff like that we were doing for our show. And so as a publicity stunt, we went and spent the night in Theatre London. Now, Theatre London is actually a twin of the Royal Alex here in Toronto. So they're both built approximately the same time. I think the Royal Alex was built the year after. Anyway, there's a whole legend about this character who is the person who built these two theaters, called Ambrose Small. And he mysteriously disappeared sometime in 1917. Some people think he died at Theatre London, and some people think he may have died somehow and disappeared on the way to his other theater in Toronto, the Royal Alex. Anyway,
that's the Royal Alexander's Theatre. Approximately what year was the London, you said called the London Theatre?
Yeah. It was built around 1903. And I think the Royal Alex was built the next year in 1904.
Okay. Okay.
Something like that. Within a year of each other, really close.
Okay.
Anyway, so we were sleeping overnight, this whole theater group. There was about 15, 16 of us, whatever. And I'm just a kid then. I'm still like impressionable, wet behind the ears. And I'm thinking this is wonderful. Well, it was, because we were actually sleeping on the stage with our sleeping bags.
Wow.
Because we were going to get some publicity from the London Free Press, which is they call it the Freeps now. It's the local London paper. So, so we're sleeping. And of course, we all know about this legend of Ambrose Small, because he's actually been spotted inside of what is now known as Theatre London. He was like, you get sightings of him, of a ghost going here and going there. When there's no one else in the theater. These are people who are like custodial staff, whatever. So we're sleeping there on the stage, and I'm a light sleeper anyway at the best of times. So I get up at one point to go to the washroom, and I swore that there was this gray shadow sitting right there, right in the middle, about 5 rows back in the theater. We had most of the lights off. And that gray shadow just sat there and looked at me. And that was spooky. And there was a couple of other people I found out the next morning who saw exactly the same thing. So, okay, chat, I'm going to put it out to you. And, of course, to you too, Anne. Did I actually see a ghost? What did I see?
How long was that shadow sitting there? Out of curiosity.
Several minutes.
And other people saw that exact same shadow in that exact same seat, 5 rows back. So
Yep.
You weren't dreaming. Other people saw this too.
Yep.
Could you make out like a face or like gray? Like, was it translucent?
It was translucent. It was sort of like you could sort of see on the other side of it, but not all that well. It was sort of like a hazy, sort of like grayish shadow, if that makes any sense. But I couldn't make out any details because for one thing, I was at a certain distance. I guess I must have been 50 or 60 feet, maybe 20 meters at most from it. A lot of people say that there's a certain energy when we all pass on. There's a certain energy that is left behind. When the body dies, there's a certain activity, electrical activity that remains for a certain length of time.
Right.
Now, if you subscribe to it, that whole theory, that would explain why the ghost was still there. Ambrose at the time was on a mission to do something. I think maybe he was trying to get himself another theater belt. This was 1917 when he disappeared. It was during the First World War. And he had a briefcase that was full of money. So it seemed he was going to do some sort of transaction. And they say whenever somebody is on a mission to do something like that and they get stopped by some unfortunate event, such as death, that in at least some cases, the spirit carries on in the form of a ghost. So I'm not sure if you would subscribe to something like that, but it's an interesting thought.
That makes sense, because if you are a man on a mission, literally, and you are going to do something and you don't even, maybe you just get hit by a car and it's something quick or sudden and you don't realize it, you just continue on with your mission, right?
Exactly. And this guy was sitting there. He was looking out after us. He was making sure we didn't get up to any funny business. We were just a bunch of kids. I was like in my teens at the time. So, we had a great time. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep because sleeping on a hardwood stage isn't exactly my idea of comfort, So.
Yeah, and if you're a light sleeper and in such a weird situation, a weird place, so you probably wouldn't get much sleep out of it. Yeah. Hopefully it was just one night and you were able to sleep properly in your own bed the following night.
Oh yeah, I did, but it was a great experience because they had a whole article in the paper, our local theater critic put an article in the paper that said we spent the night there. I've got the article here somewhere. And it was quite the experience. We didn't make any mention of the ghost though. because we thought it would be too weird. We didn't want to spook people out, you know. That's not the direction he wanted to go with it anyway. You know?
I see.
He didn't interview us about it, right? It was just the general fact that we spent the night there, you know. So
Right. Underworld says Anne is going to be thinking about this story when she's trying to sleep. Well, we're doing spooky, scary stories tonight to celebrate Halloween, Underworld. So we're doing viewer call-ins. Everybody, !Discord, hop in my Discord, pop into the general chat, and I will drag you in and you can tell your spooky, scary story. It's been scary stories all night long. Other than my first E-date with EDM Demon, and we're both dressed as French maids. So, okay, Beckett, sounds like the build-up of one of our Canadian style jokes.
So Schneedy, I have a question for you. When you were a funeral director, did you see anything that might have been a ghost around the funeral home at all when you were working there?
To be honest, no. No, okay. I did not have any sightings, any weird feelings that someone was watching me. I mean, it is scary in a funeral home late at night when there's nobody else there and you're in a prep room and there's, you know, dead bodies. And it's really strange because a lot of funeral directors will actually talk to the people. And I find it very respectful in a sense because we're very cordial, just so everybody knows. Like, we cover up, you know, the genitalia with paper towels when we're working. You're not just laying there spread eagle, like fully naked on the table. Like, we're very like we dignity. Treating people with dignity is like a funeral director's like utmost. It's part of the code of ethics. In order to be licensed, you know, there's a code of ethics that funeral directors have to abide by, and that would be treating everyone with dignity. Now, this is something that a lot of funeral directors do, but you don't really have to, but people will talk to the bodies as they're working on them, as they're dressing them, as they're embalming them. And some people that I've worked with will, like, when they're turning all the lights off and making sure that the funeral home is like shut down for the night, they will go into the room with all of the bodies and say goodnight to everybody. Like, that's kind of going a little above and beyond, in my opinion. But as long as you're treating everybody, don't treat them like meat. That's thoughtful of the industry. Exactly. Yes, Gertie. Yeah. So.
A lot of people will actually feel the presence. They won't actually see a ghost, but they'll feel the presence of a loved one, say, for example, or feel some sort of like a cold touch on their shoulder. Sometimes it's they manifest themselves in rather strange ways. So I've heard.
Mm-hmm. A lot of energy, right?
Exactly.
Well, most of those people didn't pass away none of those people passed away at the funeral home. So I feel like maybe the part where the soul like leaves the body, you know, where the person loses their life, they take their final breaths, that might be a little more like there might be some presence of people a little bit more in those areas, maybe. I think I thank goodness I don't have any ghost stories to tell you at a funeral home, but it's still creepy when you're there and it's dark and you're the only one and you know that there's a lot of people. I didn't feel and if I did maybe feel something like I was being watched or something like that, I didn't feel it like evil or scared or negative vibes. Like, I didn't feel I was never scared in that sense. I never felt that. So,
okay.
Yeah, ceremonial, maybe. Damn, Anna, what a trip. Interesting choice of jobs. That was my previous life, Underworld. That was many, many years ago. I did a lot of other professions since then, but yeah, I did go to school to be a licensed funeral director and got licensed to work in my province. So, unlike the streaming industry, am I right? Yeah, treating them like a piece of meat. There you go, Error. You still keep
a lot of these ghosts manifest themselves where in locations where they spent a lot of their time, or places that they liked. Like you might see your mother around the ghost of your mother around the house, or
like in the kitchen, or somewhere where she like spent a lot of time. Yeah,
that sort of idea. Or your grandfather in the wherever he liked spending a lot of his time, in the living room reading a paper or something. You know, that sort of idea. That's where they spend a lot of their time and their energy. Tends to be where the spirit resides. Anyway, as legend has it.
Right. Hi, little Nico. Welcome in, little Nico. Time okay. I don't have a jug of formaldehyde under my my kitchen sink. Can't say I do. The formaldehyde is carcinogenic, so I hated working with those chemicals. That's one of the reasons why I got out of the industry. So I didn't want to work with chemicals that can cause cancer. Oh. So Banana. Yeah, Banana was my last date. When he came on and he was talking about being drugged in a foreign country and robbed. If I go to Discord, I click the microphone, right? Go to Discord. The microphone will mute you and unmute you. What you click in Discord, Maple, is there's a chat here, this says general. You double click and you go in there, and then I'll drag you up.
Yeah, go for it, Maple.
Error! Thank you for the bits, Error. Were the drugs at least good? Banana, he'll have to tell you the story again. I don't think they were good. He said it was like strawberry scented laughing gas, and he felt like absolute shit in the morning. So, yeah, what's about me though? The spooky strawberry story. So Maple, under voice channels, you'll see general. You just double click and you join that channel, and then I will bring you in.
Come on in. The water's fine.
Water's fine. Right. Stay away from bad places, yeah. Wow, you can get brain damage from laughing gas from nitrous oxide? Oh,
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. Don't they give that to you at the dentist?
They can if you ask for it.
Those TikTok kids. Yeah, those frickin' TikTok kids. Well, you know, Dirty and Retro, have we reached an age now where we're being like, those darn kids? We're at that level now, you know?
I think so.
It's anesthesia. Yeah, and I think in some European hospitals and Asian hospitals, instead of like as pain medication, they'll give you laughing gas if you're trying to like give birth and stuff. You just like huff on laughing gas, and it's like a pain reliever to help with childbirth and things of this nature. Get off my lawn! Who's turning into my driveway? Yeah, Gertie.
If I had a lawn, I might be saying that by now. I have no idea.
We have Maple Marie in the queue. Okay, so Retro, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. It was perfect.
Sweetie, it's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you on, Retro.
All right, take care. We'll see you in chat.
See you in chat, Retro. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Canadian Dracula. Yes, Canadian Dracula. All right, we have a next guest waiting in the queue, a Canadian as well. We have another Canadian, okay? We have the one, the only, Maple Marie. Great call in, Retro. Thank you, Retro. Thank you. In Europe, it's common to give laughing gas before operations. Yeah, that's much more common in Europe than it is in North America. We give you the good stuff intravenously. It's mainly intravenously here, but in Europe, it's a lot of, and Asia, it's laughing gas and things like that. All right, so Maple, it's gonna work. Don't worry. Okay, hello Maple. So now all you need to do is unmute your microphone. So that little microphone on the bottom, you're just gonna... Gertie! Let's go, Gertie!
Dirty Girly gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
She's excited for you, Maple. Gertie, thank you for the 10 gifted! Let's freaking go! Isn't laughing gas like truth serum? Yeah, I've heard that, Rudy. Yes. Error! Keep it 100 now. Yeah. So, Thornhorn and Shy. Mike. So, Maple Marie, you're muted right now. So all you have to do, Maple, is right beside your profile picture on the very bottom. There's that little microphone. You should see a microphone with a line in it. So you're just gonna click on that microphone with the line in it to unmute yourself. Hi, Wee. Oh, another German in the chat. You're welcome. You are very welcome for the gift sub. So she's here. I have her dragged in. She just has to unmute her mic right now, okay? Just has to unmute her mic. So... I wonder if I can unmute it. I don't think I can. On my end, I can't unmute anyone's mic. They will have to do it. So, it says denied? To unmute your mic? Do you have a microphone set up, Maple? I know you have a mic, Maple, because I've spoken to you before in Discord. Yeah, but I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now what happened. Right beside the microphone on the very bottom, over, there's a user settings. Click the user settings and scroll down to voice and video. When you click voice and video, basically Saturn, all she needs to do is probably switch her input device. Her input device should be on her mic. It says denied. Yeah. So I will. Okay. She'll be back. And we have half an hour left. Anyone else want to come in the meantime? Maple's just trying to get her microphone sorted out. Never would have thought that Hot and Stream was also tech and savvy. Hey, that's a Canadian. They're great too, tech savvy. Very affordable prices, Rudy. Yeah, so just make sure her input, she has the right microphone on her input for Discord. Millennials grow up with PC, no tablet. Cheers, guys. We're almost done. I think I'm on my last shot. What's that, Anne? Oh, feel presence. Like when I worked at the funeral home, I didn't feel or see or feel anything. But yes, because I won't be doing these scary stories for long. I'll just be doing them leading up until Halloween for the month of October. We'll just be doing them in October. So just this week and one more week. But I kind of like the call-in idea of being able to call in on Discord and tell your stories. I like that. Want to come on and tell us a spooky or scary story in your life? He said he doesn't have them. I love Underworld! Thank you, Underworld, for the 5,000 bits. go. We almost had a hype train and then it disappeared. We almost had one. Thank you, Underworld. We need another story. We need another story, Banana. I think my lucky day today. Why is it your lucky day, Skiz? The dance was worth it. Was that a good dance? Listen, I'm a good cleaner and a good dancer at that. We won, cause what I just witnessed, was it that good? Really? Aw, sheesh. Thanks, guys. Aw, sheesh, sweetest. Skiz Riz, yeah, that's some Skiz Riz. Have you ever gone on Cutebot? No, I've never been on Cutebot. I would love to. I actually I like her. So I like to watch her stuff. Someone just said what probably most people were thinking, Saturn. Most people were waiting for that shit. Cute has a fun channel. I know, she does. Cutebot's great. She actually is very great. I really enjoy her. I don't know if she brings on a lot of girls. That's the thing. But I think she's going to start podcasts soon too. She secured some podcast deal. She's going to be doing podcasts. And is better. Error. Thank you. But in terms of e-dates and all of that, Cutebot has really set the standard, and she's actually a female streamer that I have looked up to and enjoyed watching. But I don't watch a lot of Twitch in my off time, to be honest, guys. But she's actually one streamer that I would actually watch in my off time. Not just for her, but with her. There's different guests that are on. And it can be entertaining with the guests. So, she would love to have you on there as a girl segment. You think so, Thornhorn? I don't know. It was definitely good. Horror fans would approve. We nurse. Yeah. So, where my party people at? So guys, any other spooky, scary Saturday night stories? I have a shot left. I finished all my snacks. Oh, I think there was one hiding out there. I finished all of my snacks. I love the spooky stories and the call-ins. I actually love the call-ins, Skiz, because I was trying to get people to come in and cosplay and join me and wear cosplay with me on the e-dates, but it was so challenging. Go figure. Not a lot of people want to dress up in costumes and come on camera. Oh, I get that. But with the call-ins, it makes it a lot easier, I think, because, less invasive. Your voice is just heard. And you don't have to put your face out there on the internet. Let's get another chatter that pops into Discord. I will get someone to help me in the building and do it next weekend. Okay, Maple. Next weekend for the spooky stories. Next Saturday. It's a date, Maple Marie. It's a date. I know your microphone used to work. I've talked to you in Discord before. So I know it can work. It's just your settings are not working properly right now. Pretty perfect. You shared your own story and finished with 2 awesome stories. Quite nice. Thank you, Rudy. The Discord calls are more chill. No stress about being seen. Exactly. Yes. Know that she actively looks for that and doesn't have too many girls for the girls segment. I think you could fit in well with that. You think so, Thornhorn? I would love that. Last time I raided, not last time, but one of the times I raided into her, someone suggested, hey, Anne does e-dates. Why don't you guys do an e-date together? And she said she usually doesn't date girls unless they're bi. And then another time she said that she usually doesn't, when she does have dates with girls, it's really, really late at night. So way after midnight, probably in the middle of the night, she'll do dates with girls in Singapore or all over the world. So I will message you first and test it with my friend. Okay, deal, Maple. Sounds good. If I'm going to come on camera, I better be wearing goddamn costume. You can if you want to come on camera in a costume physical reaction. Absolutely. Have a great night, Anne. See you soon. Underworld, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you for the drive-by bidding. Thanks for the bits. Underworld, and we'll see you soon. I got a new computer since then. That's what it is, Maple. You got a new computer, so we need to figure out why it's not working. I don't mind being on camera. Blanco, do you have any scary ghost stories? Come into my Discord and pop in for a scary story. Maple Marie can't get her mic to work. Bi meaning the girl will be a bit flirty, I take it? Bi meaning the girl is bisexual and goes both ways, is attracted to men as well as women. If you want, I'll chat with you and help you. Saturn's a great help, Maple Marie. He can help you through it. He's very patient. Weird, my mic works on my Logicam. It's not that weird. We have to set it up in Discord. It's a Discord issue. It's really easy. I could probably help you off stream, Maple. I could help you off stream. We just have to go into settings, voice and video. It is what it is. Settings, voice and video, and set it up there, Maple Marie, and just make sure that your input is to the correct microphone. Bye. Leave some for the rest of us, you greedy fuck. Wow. Wow, Rack. Don't watch Terrifier 1, 2, or 3 unless you want nightmares. Scary movies? I'm not a huge fan of scary movies. I don't really have nightmares from them. Zell. Made for TV Zellwood. Welcome in. Thanks for that. Do we have one? We have 15 minutes left. We can either hang out and chat for 15 minutes, or we can have one brave soul hop into the Discord, general chat, and I will drag them in to tell a spooky, scary story. We've had some great stories so far. I just watched Terrifier 2 in the Discord movie last night. Ooh. And how did you like it? Was it that scary? Last night I was watching a marathon, John Wick. It was so good. It was so good. Shit was wild. Oh, really? And streaming. As a kid, do you ever get nightmares from scary movies? Never. Can't say that I ever have. Gertie will not. And are you going to bed? I'm not going to bed, no. John Wick is great. I only saw the first one before, and then last night on television they had a marathon. So I ended up watching the whole marathon, and I thought it was really funny. And Keanu Reeves is wonderful. Without any spoilers, I would have done the same thing. I would have gone AWOL as well, okay? You don't mess with a guy. And there's a few things you don't mess with, okay? Oh, we got a couple people. We got 2 people. I'll bring you guys in, okay? One at a time, though. You don't mess with a guy's car, okay? And you don't mess with a guy's dog. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say about that. Alright, guys, we have 2 people, so this is perfect. We're gonna bring them in for our... We're gonna end it off with a bang. So, let's bring in Blanco first, and then we'll bring in F-Bomb. Okay, guys. Me too, never mess with the dog. Right, Thornhorn. Here we go, guys. Hello, hello.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. How are you, Blanco?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thanks for being on here. I've actually never spoken to you. I've never heard your voice before.
Okay, well, I hope it not too rough. I was 12 years old, and it was a Memorial Day of all things, and my parents decided, they'd go out and they would decorate family graves and all this, and this was a very old cemetery around by Chicago, and we were me and my cousin had come up, and he was very rambunctious, to say the least, and so we had went there, and we had decided that we didn't want to hang out with them. We wanted to go exploring, so we went way far out in the cemetery, and the farther back you had like 7.
Oh, and no. Sorry, you had what did you have in the cemetery?
old graves, 100-year-old, 200-year-old graves, very old graves, and the tombstones were, just barely hanging on and all that stuff. And, so my cousin, he being the little goofball that he was, they'd had, he started talking about, scary stories and stuff like that, and Night of the Living Dead, stuff like that to mess with me, and it wasn't working. But then he just takes off, he's like, and he starts running, and he jumps over a tombstone, and he knocks one of them over, right? And I'm like, dude, you got to come back and pick this up, and he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And I'm like, come on, man, it's disrespectful. And he just keeps going, and I should have picked it up, but I was like 12, and I'm like, he knocked it over. I ain't messing with it. So, we go back to our families, and we act like nothing happened, of course, like two 12-year-olds would do. And we go all the way back home, and, didn't think anything of it. And we had a fully furnished basement downstairs, and now we haven't said anything to our family. Family didn't see it. Nobody knew anything but me and him. And we're in there, and we're down there, and they're upstairs drinking coffee and talking, and we can hear them. And all of a sudden, we start hearing this very old, haunting organ music playing. And we're looking at each other, and it's coming from nowhere. And we're like, okay, this is strange, and we both go back there, we turn the lights on, and it turns off. I mean, it stops. It just stops. And so we go running upstairs, families all around the table drinking coffee. We run into the living room above where that was. Nothing's on, no TV, no stereo, no nothing. So we're a little freaked out. And so we're like, hey, did you guys hear anything? They're like, what are you talking about? So we kind of told them, and they were very, very upset. And they drove us back to the cemetery, and, we put the tombstone back up, apologized, and we never had any more weird music. I mean, not the most, crazy story in the world, but it was for me, it was a little different. Never had anything like that happen, and kind of weird.
I felt like your conscience was kind of getting to you, though, Blanco.
You think? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
We hear he's dead now. He's passed, but he could, if he was alive, he could tell you. It was so. I mean, it was weird. It was like that, church organ music. You know what I'm saying?
And where did that music come from exactly?
The back of the basement.
There was nobody else down there.
Nobody else down there. Nobody knew about it but me and him. But then you heard this like they would be playing those gothic, big organ. Yeah, that kind of and just a really ominous. And we're like, okay, we're like, come on, somebody's fucking with, pardon my language, but we're like, somebody's messing with us,
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, we ran up there. They're not doing anything except drinking coffee. They didn't know we did it. Nobody, but we definitely heard it, and it freaked. I mean, we look at each other and we're not dreaming this or making this up, because we hear this, and we're looking at each other. And yeah, so we were kind of freaked out enough that we told on ourselves, even though we knew we would get in trouble, because it was very strange.
You're like, make this stop. How do we make this stop? We have to confess. We have to go right our wrongs and fix this.
Yeah, because I mean, it was not we're like, did you guys hear that? It was so loud. They're like, hear what? And it was just like you said, just very weird. So I mean, not like I said, not the most craziest story, but that's my little weird ghost story that I had to share.
That's pretty creepy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. But Blanco, side note, your cousin, did he pass away shortly after that, or
No, he had issues. He had his issues later on in life with alcohol that led to his passing. But the only other weird thing that ever happened with him is he moved into. It was funny you said that you were a mortician because we didn't know it, but he was living in a house that was a mortuary, and his little brother would talk about how the old man would always talk to him, and we were just thinking it's his imaginary friend,
Okay.
And we never knew it was a mortuary, but one day he comes up, this is a thing, but one day he comes up with a ball that nobody had ever seen in their life, and we're like, where'd you get that from? Oh, the old man down in the basement gave it to me, and we're like, what? And, then later on, come to find out that place was a mortuary. So was there anything to it? Who knows? But just a little weird.
That is very sus.
Very
sus.
Well, thank you for bringing me on. And I know, like I said, it wasn't the most crazy
No, it was
story,
perfect. It was great. It was, that was a great story. And thank you for coming on and sharing it with us, Blanco.
All right, Anne, you have a great night.
Thank you. You as well. Talk to you later. All right, guys. That was Blanco and his story about random organ music playing in the basement. On the other side of the basement, it's just him and his cousin who were just playing at a cemetery, knocked over a gravestone and left it there. All the parents were upstairs. And they ran up because they were probably terrified, and they said, Mama, Papa, take us back to the cemetery. We've got to right our wrongs. You're welcome. Thank you, Blanco. That was great, man. Thank you. It was great, Gertie. Friendly, yet unnerving. Yes, it was friendly and unnerving all at the same damn time. Slim's turn. Slim is not in the queue, but we do have F-Bomb in the queue, so he has 10 minutes left. So perfect timing for one final scary story. Knowing me, I'd grab a sax and jam along to that scary organ music. Good storytelling, Blanco. Yes, excellent storytelling. All right. They desecrated a tombstone that got haunted, which led to his cousin being cursed, which led to his own death. Blanco was spared because he showed remorse, but his cousin did not. Wow, physical reaction. You read a little bit too much into that one, okay? So, shall we? Very nicely done, yes. Wild mind. I think physical reaction has a very wild mind, okay? I did dig it, loved it, super authentic. Exactly, great tale. Okay, let's bring on F-Bomb for our final story tonight, guys. Super scary ghost stories for the month of October. Greetings and welcome, F-Bomb.
Hi, Anne.
Hi, F-Bomb. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am doing fantabulously. Just, doing my thing, cleaning the lens a little bit, listening, clearing the cobwebs off, trying to listen to some super scary ghost stories. So,
I mean, I don't really have a ghost story, but I have like a story that like scared the hell out of me like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, perfect. Doesn't have to be ghost related, no.
Well, I don't know. So, basically what had happened was, I came home, the power had gone out, like, in town. And so, like, I come home from work, and it was, like, super late at night, and I had no power. And I don't do well in the dark. Not that, like, I'm afraid of the dark. I'm just afraid of tripping in the dark. And so, I go in my house, and I'm trying to find my flashlight. And I have, like, one of those Craftsman flashlights that runs on, like, drill batteries. It's, like, super bright. And I found it, and I went into my bathroom to, like, try to, like, pretty much clean myself, because, like, I have oil and, all the stuff I deal with on a daily basis all over me. Okay. And you ever do that thing where you look up and you look in the mirror, and for a split second when you first make eye contact with the mirror, like, you see something move?
Okay.
Yeah.
Not really,
so, like,
but okay.
Okay, well, I looked up in the mirror, and, like, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, like, move out of the door frame. And I'm not one to mess around with paranormal. I ain't messing with that mess. All right, I'm from the South. We don't play with that game. So like I take off through my house like a freight train. Because I'm trying to get to the shotgun. Because if something else is in my house, something else ain't about to be in my house. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
intruder alert! Intruder alert!
Exactly. Like, you know, I'm about to stand on business. I may live in a trailer, but it's my trailer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I rushed through the house, and I tripped on the door frame to the kitchen, and I just absolutely faceplant. And when I did that, like, because I'm a big dude, my house rattled. All right, I'm 6'4", 280 pounds. That's a lot of dude moving at high velocity towards the ground. House rattles, and like, now I'm laying there, and I'm like trying to be real still because I'm like, if there's something in my house, I need to hear it move. You know what I mean? I'm like trying to echolocate this thing.
Right.
And so then, like, obviously, when you live in a trailer, temperatures inside, outside, like, what you call it? Like temperature fluctuations makes metals pop. You know what I mean? Like just like settle in Metal Creek. So like I hear the metal pop, but again, I'm on like high alert and I'm in pain now. So I run off towards my computer room, and it was just complete emptiness. Like there's just nothing on, nothing in the room, everything like that. And I literally like was acting as if I was in like Rainbow Six Siege and my house was the multiplayer map. Like I'm pre-peeking like every door frame looking for whatever. I swear I never found out like what moved, what shook, whatever it was in that mirror. But like I looked for like an hour. And then when like the lights came on, I was at such a paranoid state that like even the lights being on wasn't good enough to like calm my paranoia. And turns out what had happened was, I found this out later. When I went into into my bathroom, you have to pass by, like, through my master bedroom, which you also have to go through the kitchen. And in the kitchen, you can see the main bathroom mirror from the kitchen. And what had happened was when I walked through, I must have knocked over. I keep a bag with other like bags, like Dollar General, Walmart bags. I keep like a bag full of those bags, like on my cupboard. And what had happened was when I walked by it, I brushed it enough to knock it off balance. And by the time I'd gotten it, like right when I looked up, it fell. But I didn't see it on the floor because it was in the dark, and I didn't know that's what it was.
I see. Okay. So it's just, it was your bag of bags.
Yeah, my bag of bags made me about burn my house down because I thought somebody else was in it in the dark, and I don't play those games.
Right. At least you found out what it was. So.
Well, I only found out what it was because, like, when I was walking through my kitchen the day I figured out what it was, I accidentally kicked it because I don't ever look down while I'm walking. I don't know, it's weird, I don't. But I kicked it and I was like, oh, one of those bags. And then I thought about it, like, you know, you start putting like the pieces of the puzzle together like a Quentin Tarantino movie, and I realized like, oh, I felt so dumb.
That's okay. Yeah, it's like Pulp Fiction where it's in different scenes and you have to figure out like chronologically what happened at what point. Like, did this scene happen before this one? And you have to put all those pieces of the puzzle together. Just Great says he really had that story in the bag. Yeah, he did. Just Great.
I give you a solid B+ for the pun. That's a solid one. I respect a good pun.
So do I. That was punny. That was punny. Just Great. The bag was dead the whole time. Plot twist. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, plot twist. The bag demon was in my house. Do you ever go outside like on spooky nights and do anything? Like, do you ever go to like? 'Cause, like, I live on a wood line, so like sometimes at night, like I'll just go out to the woods. Do you ever do that? Like, just go off into the woods?
I take my dogs for late night walks at like 1 o'clock in the morning when there's like nobody in the park. I do like to spend time. I like to be alone in nature. I don't like to go. I don't like to be in a public park with a bunch of people surrounding me. It's just a different feeling, a different vibe. I like to be alone.
Yeah,
So,
nature sounds so different at night, doesn't it?
Oh yes. Yeah.
Like if you took the same sounds you hear during the day, put them at night, it's so creepy, and it gives you that feeling like you're being followed, and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know why, but I like
F-bomb. I absolutely feel you on that one. Yeah. So, F-bomb, thank you so much for coming on and telling your story. That was great. It was perfect. I think just great. Thought that story was in the bag, okay? So.
Well, I appreciate you, Ann, and I appreciate chat.
Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you as well. I hope you have a lovely night, and take care.
You too. Bye, guys.
Stay safe. Bye.
Stay safe.
Okay, guys. So, that's about all she wrote. It's 12:01. It's pumpkin time. Thank you for everyone. Gertie! Gertie Girly! Oh, come on, Gertie.
Gertie Girly gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
3, 4, 5. Gertie, thank you for the 5 gifted! Guys, thank you everyone. It was a great night. I really enjoyed these spooky, scary ghost stories. I love the cosplay. Special thank you to EDM Demon for being my twinsy French maid. We were dressed up in cosplay together. So, Gertie Guy, you're still here? G2.
Gertie 7 gifted 5
Gertie
subscriptions to the
matching
community.
Gertie Girlies 5. Get out of town. 2, 3, 4, 5. Maple Marie bringing in a hype train for the night. Get out of town.
Hype train started.
Hype train started. Choo choo. Oh, guys, at the very end, I appreciate it. I feel the love, Schmeedies. I feel the love. Thank you for the for the level 3. Just like that. Just like that. Oh my god!
Gertie Girly gifted 20 subscriptions
Are you serious?
to the community.
Midnight. Gertie, thank you for the 20. That's Gertie Girly it is. Gertie Girly that is. Now 8? Level freaking 8. Thank you so much. Holy crap. You guys, G2, are a force to be reckoned with
Gertie
here.
Girly gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
It's gonna do this. It's glitching. So it has Wade, Gertie Guy given out individually, and then it will go to a song, and then Gertie Girly already has some in the queue. You freaking Gerties are a force to be absolutely reckoned with. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome into this crazy hype train. Grilled gift, hi Grilled gift. Hope you're well. That's why they call them boobies. Yeah, I thought I saw a shadow. It could have been a ghost. False alarm. It could have been a ghost, but it wasn't. It's all in the name. It's all in the name. What's in a name? Call a rose by any other name and it would smell just as sweet. So Gertie's sub-gifting needs to be studied by scientists. G2, we have 2 Gerties now in the chat. G2. Gertie squared. You guys are killing me in the best way possible. I hope you guys love the content today of these spooky, scary ghost stories. I hope you enjoyed the cosplay. EDM Demon, thank you so much, sweetie, for coming on and being such a good sport. You know, not every guy can dress up in a French-made costume. And not every guy can have the feather duster. The feather duster to come on dressed up as a French maid. But EDM Demon made it work. G2 is a force to be reckoned with. Gertie squared, that is G2. I love it. So, even the smallest booby can cast a big shadow. Gertie. Thank you, Wade. Gertie Guy. G2 is a force to be reckoned with in the channel here. Gertie Girly, deja vu. Deja vu, I love you. You guys are a hoot. You guys are an absolute hoot. Thank you so much, guys. Level 9. 9. Level 9 hype train. Just like that. French-made costume. Some of our organs might not fit. Stream Elements has temporarily melted down. Has it really, Chi-Town? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Thanks for such a fun night and dressing up. Oh my god, Gertie. Oh, come on! Die. Oh, yeah.
Gertie Girly gifted 5 subscriptions to the
now,
community.
please, Gertie. Please, G2. A force to be reckoned with, guys. I can't believe you guys. You guys are like peas and carrots. Deja vu.
Gertie7 gifted 5 subscriptions
Like
to the
peas and
community.
carrots.
1, 2,
3, 4, 5. There you go, grilled gift. I got my peas. I have my little flick the bean, and I think I have an
Gertie Girly
angry.
gifted 5
I think I have an
subscriptions
angry
to the
carrot as well. I have
community.
peas and carrots. Oh my god, Gertie Girly. G2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Level 9 reached.
Guys, we're into double digits now. We are into a level 10 hype train. The two of you are a freaking force to be reckoned with in the channel. Level 10 hype train, let's freaking go. I can't believe you guys. Double digits! I love it's better than Lucky Number 7, Gertie. Better than Lucky Number 7. You guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Insane. It's crazy how Gertie Guy just fit so easily into the channel. Just seamlessly. Seamless transitions. Love it. F, yes it is. Level 7F. Double digits. I see dead people. Boobies. I see dead people, guys. So, I was waiting for that one, right? We love you! And Gertie Girly, love you too! We love G2. That's like my favorite. You guys know he's a big chicken. And to be honest, he probably heard the ghost stories. And now he can't sleep. He's having nightmares. He's having nightmares. And he says, Mom, Mr. Veggie, like, I'll never say no to him. I'll always let him on my lap. Look at him.
Oh, would you look at this? God,
Just look at him. He's like a teddy bear. He's very huggable. He's very huggable. I'm scared for him to jump down though. Stevie McSchwinkter. Sweet, you're still here, sweetheart? Oh, look at him. Oh, my sweet boy. My sweet boy. Oh, come on. Love him. He just wants to be right here in my lap. The night is now complete. Maybe he's saying, Mom, it's time for bed.
Pumpkin.
I hear you, Pumpkin. Look at him. He's looking quite... Is he ready for sleeps?
I hear you, Pumpkin.
Is he literally falling asleep in my arms now? He's tired. He's a sleepy boy. Oh my god. He's a sleepy boy. He's sleepy now. He wants to go to sleep. He's saying, Mom, it's time for bed. Right? You sleepy? Okay. Can you jump down now, sweetie? He's so tired. He's so sleepy, guys. He definitely looks like he's fading. He's got Eepy vibes. He's Eepy Vegas. You nice boy? You sweetie? There's nowhere else he would rather be. He's a very sleepy boy. Oh, he's a cuddle bug. He's got the eye goop. Okay, be careful. Hold on, I'm very scared. Jump down. Let me just make sure we're okay. Okay, we're okay. Just had to make sure. Just had to make sure, guys. So, he's a beautiful beast. Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. I tip my hat to you.
Take it right off for you, but I haven't got a hat. I'm just a college boy, even at that. I tip my hat to you, but I haven't got a hat. I'm really not a sap, it's plain to see. But if I wore a cap, they never let me back in the university. I think you're swell, I do. I'm standing pat. I tip my hat to you, but I haven't got a hat.
I tip my hat to you, Retro Man. Thank you for redeeming. Hats off to you. Alright guys, I think that's about all she wrote for the night. Guys, thank you. Also, Sleepy, have a great night, Hot and Streamy. Thank you, Gertie Guy. Thank you, Gertie Girly. Thank you for that little sub off. I was so confused, I couldn't even tell what was happening. I was dazed and confused. It was happening all at once. It was deja vu. We had Gertie, it was the proper G2 sub off. Got into a level 10 hype train doing that as well, so thank you guys. Guys, I had such a great time. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for such a fun stream. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. We're gonna do a little bit of this G2! G2, the strength of G2. May the strength of G2 stay with you, alright? So, thank you everybody for all the love today. Guys, the follows, the subs. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me before we go. We're gonna raid out to somebody, but I just gotta say thank you for all of the follows, all of the subs, all of the bits today, the raid as well, and all of my mods as well. Guys, I'm gonna take a couple days off. I'll be back Tuesday, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We will be back for a painting and free song request night, Tuesday, Eastern Daylight Time. So I will see you then, okay? I will see you then. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their weekend, whatever you choose to do. I'll steal the stream again when Anne makes it to Sons of Kent. I'll see you back there, Gertie Guy. Don't tempt me with a good time, Gertie Guy, because I will be there. I will absolutely be there. So, thanks, Shy. Thank you. Good night, AOK. Good night, Gertie Girly. Good night, Gertie Guy. Good night, Becca. Good night, Retro. Good night, Saturn. Good night, Just Great. Thank you to all of my guests as well, and a special thank you to EDM Demon for coming on as my French-made twin. Okay? Get your little raid buttons ready. Exclamation raid. Copy this message, and we're gonna go in there. Oh, exclamation raid. Sorry, we're raiding. Who are we raiding again? Trey? AYYT? AYY? I gotta look this up, guys. Ah, shit. AYY... TRAE. I gotta look this up, guys. Ah, shit. AYR TRAE. I gotta look this up, guys. Ah, shit. Alright, guys, I'll see you there. TRAE. Bye. Look this up, guys. Ah, shit. Alright, guys, I'll see you.